Samantha Josephson got into a car that she mistakenly took for her Uber and was found dead in a field. Thanks to DNA and expert forensic analysis, there is justice for Samantha. So I want to share this story in the spirit of a few other stories. First of all, this story is about Samantha Josephson, a beautiful young soul that lost her life for absolutely no damn reason. Some weirdo just did something very stupid. It's just that simple. No rhyme, no reason, and I won't even entertain it long enough to try to give it one. Bless her soul, she's resting in peace, and she's also receiving justice. So we're going to watch her story a bit, and we're going to go through some of her trial. And what we're going to learn is how it's supposed to go. How you get to the bottom of things and find out who done it. This story, it made me think about a few other stories. I think about the forensic analysis, the DNA, the pathologist, all these experts weighing in, and I mean, they're good. They're breaking it down to the nitty-gritty. Okay, a smear of a stain of blood on an envelope. They're checking it. They're finding out whose smear is it. Is it multiple people's stain? You know, where did this blood come from? Whose DNA is under the fingernails? They looked at the cell phone pings, the surveillance tapes, the door panels. Everything checked. In judgment, guilty. Even though we saw his old ugly face all on the surveillance and stuff, we needed all of that stuff to put the pieces together. Just like Summer Wells. We're going to get those phone pings. We're going to find out where they went that day. When they got there, how long they were there. Eventually we'll find out, but the cops are definitely going to find out. They're going to get the surveillance cameras. They're going to see everything. I think about Cash. Because as I said before, it's not justice for Cash if we get the wrong person. Or if we don't get everybody. And in my opinion, one or both of those things is happening with that case. We need DNA analysis. Let's find out. Let's get some phone pings. Where the hell was Monica? Where was Cam and his cell phone? Any weird messages between the two that day? Did we get any DNA? Did we check everybody's fingernails? Let's talk about DNA anyway, right? Is it transferable? Is it hands down guilty when you find a little DNA? Can the blood overshadow the DNA? Lots of things to look into, but the thing about it is when you go straight to the grand jury, you don't get a trial. Darren Brown won't get the opportunity, it doesn't look like, to actually have somebody say, you know what? There's more than one bit of DNA here. he wasn't alone. Or we only picked up this micro amount of his, which means he may not even have been there. I'm just saying. Because it's what I believe, but also because it's just in the facts. You'll see it in this case. They can find out. But when you go to grand jury, you don't get a jury of your peers. You don't get a full-on investigation. You just get what you get. If they feel like they have enough evidence to skip all this that we're about to look at, you don't get that chance. I don't think that's fair to anybody, to be honest. Well, I'll take that back, because Terrell Rhodes, screw him. I mean, he confessed, first of all. We know he's guilty, so yeah, in his case, don't waste our time and money on a jury. I get that. But Darren Brown, he deserves a full trial. Cash deserves a trial. Because if there's more people involved, or if we got the wrong guy, that's not justice for that baby. This case makes me think about Kanika. Because Kanika did not get all of this. And it wasn't because they had a slam dunk and they snatched somebody up and they trumped up charges and stuck somebody behind bars. Nope. It wasn't because of anything except they just didn't do it. They didn't tape off the crime scene. They didn't test all those people there. They didn't swab that room. They didn't check for fingerprints. They didn't do it. We saw a couple of cheesy text messages in the police records that came out. But we didn't get any phone pings. We don't know where those people were, all those people moving around all night long in that hotel. We don't know where the hell Bree was all that time that she was not at the party. Why don't we know? So you see, this video is about a lot of things, but it's really about justice. Because that's really what I'm always on. Just justice. Justice for us all. We all deserve it. And sometimes we get it, but only when we go through the proper channels. We need that DNA. We need those fingerprints. We need the cell phone pings, the surveillance, the forensic analysis. We need all of this so we can get to the truth. We have the technology. We have the experts. But some cases, they just don't get them. And that's a problem for me. Because that stands in the way of justice and answers. Answers that we want and we deserve. So again, this is Samantha's story. But I want you to think about what I've said in any other case that comes to mind. And ask yourself, why don't all these cases get this level of energy? I'll just say energy. Where are the boys? You know? Where are the boys? I saw FBI out in the yard in Cal City. I saw them out there digging holes and infrareds. I saw it for like a minute, a hot second. But did we check under Terrell's fingernails? Do we look for hair in the van? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Just to be fair. Let's get in there and go hard for everybody, and let's get answers. Because we have the capability. So as you take a look at this trial, think about what I've said. Think about the basement door that Summer Wells allegedly went out of. Did they fingerprint that door? Because whoever let her out or was in there probably touched it, right? If that happened ever. Are we going to get to that point? Or will it be no foul play? Will it be a closed case like Kanika Jenkins? Will it be a slam dunk indictment like Cash Gernon? Even Baby Joe. I don't think they know for sure if mom did it or dad did it. But they got a guy. And I kind of understand where they're at with that because he confessed. But at the same time, there's reasonable doubt that nobody gave a damn about because they got the guy. A guy is good enough, but it's not really. You got to get the right guy, the right girl, the right couple. Get them all off the street. The murder of Samantha Josephson. Samantha Josephson was born in Princeton, New Jersey, to Seymour and Marcy Josephson, and grew up in Robbinsville, New Jersey. She attended the University of South Carolina, where she majored in political science. Josephson, who was a senior in college at the time of her death, planned on graduating in 2019 and attending Drexel University School of Law. She earned a full scholarship to Drexel University, as well as a partial scholarship to Rutgers, and aspired to practice international law. Josephson, a member of the Alpha Gamma Delta sorority, studied abroad in Barcelona and visited Madrid and Paris during her time at USC. Josephson was Jewish and is buried at the Perrineville Jewish Cemetery in Perrineville, New Jersey. The murder of Samantha Josephson, which occurred on March 29, 2019, is a prominent case in the U.S. state of South Carolina. Josephson, 21, had ordered an Uber and mistakenly entered a car that she thought was her ride. Nathaniel Rowland used childproof locks to prevent Josephson from leaving the vehicle and kidnapped and murdered her, leaving her body 105 kilometers or 65 miles from the starting point in Columbia, South Carolina. Rowland was arrested and charged with kidnapping and murdering Josephson. A trial began on July 20th, 2021. On July 27th, the jury found Rowland guilty of Josephson's kidnapping and murder, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison. The killing attracted national attention and led to discussion about the dangers of ride-sharing and the importance of ensuring that a rideshare car is being driven by a registered driver prior to entering. The murder led to the passage of Sammy's Law in New Jersey, which enhances protections for drivers and passengers using rideshare services. Legislation at the federal level is pending as well. Josephson spent the night before her death in the Five Points district in downtown Columbia with friends. At about 2 a.m., she decided to leave the Bird Dog Bar and ordered an Uber. According to surveillance footage, at 2:09, a black Chevrolet Impala, driven by Rowland, pulled up beside her. Josephson entered the vehicle, thinking it was her Uber. According to authorities, Rowland activated the child locks so that the doors could only be opened from the outside, thereby trapping Josephson inside the vehicle. Using a two-bladed knife, Rowland proceeded to inflict roughly 120 stab wounds upon Josephson. During the attack, Josephson attempted to shield herself. One of Rowland's strikes went completely through her right hand, as she likely used it to protect herself. Rowland also stabbed Josephson in her head with so much force that the knife went through her skull to her brain. And he stabbed her in the carotid, one of the two main arteries that carries blood to the head. Many of the wounds, especially those in her right neck and right shoulder, were close together, most likely resulting from being rapidly inflicted stab wounds. Additionally, Josephson suffered a severed hyoid bone, as well as stab wounds to her face, neck, shoulder, torso, back, lung, leg, and feet. She bled profusely, ultimately dying within 10 to 20 minutes, according to the pathologist who conducted an autopsy on her body. Investigators believe Rowland dragged Josephson's body to the New Zion field, where she would later be discovered. Josephson's roommates became concerned and reported her missing the day after she accidentally entered the vehicle. Her body was then found in a field in the town of New Zion in Clarendon County by turkey hunters, 14 hours after the kidnapping. According to police, the area where Josephson's body was located is where Rowland recently resided. An autopsy showed that she died of multiple sharp force injuries. Specifically, the pathologist determined that she suffered approximately 120 separate stab wounds. The pathologist could not determine an exact number of wounds because there were so many. Josephson's autopsy also revealed the extent of her blood loss. The human body normally has at least 4 liters of blood, but Josephson's body only contained 1.3 tablespoons of blood. Nathaniel Rowland was seen by police driving a car that matched the description of the one Josephson was seen entering in the surveillance video. When Rowland, who was driving around the 5 Points area where Josephson was allegedly kidnapped, was pulled over, he got out of the car and ran away. He was caught and arrested at 3 a.m. on March 30th. Inside the car, police found a container of bleach, germicidal wipes, and window cleaner. The car also contained Josephson's phone, as well as a large amount of her blood, which was in the passenger seat and in the trunk. Additionally, the child locks were activated, which police believe prevented Josephson from escaping. When investigators searched the trash behind Rowland's girlfriend's residence, they uncovered cleaning supplies and a 2-bladed knife, both of which had Josephson's blood on them. Josephson's blood was also found on a sock and a bandana, both owned by Rowland. Additionally, Josephson's DNA was collected from Rowland's fingernails. Rowland was charged with kidnapping, murder, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime. In addition to Josephson's murder, Rowland is alleged to have sold items that were stolen from a woman during a kidnapping in Colombia. The alleged victim was carjacked by 2 men while at a traffic light in October 2018. The carjackers allegedly physically assaulted the victim and then forced her to drive to an ATM where they robbed her of money, before forcing her to drive to her home, where they again robbed her of items including a PlayStation 4. According to Richland County deputies, hours after the alleged kidnapping, Rowland sold some of the items stolen from the woman, including the PlayStation 4, at a pawn shop. Rowland was charged with obtaining goods under false premises. On June 9, 2020, Nathaniel Rowland was denied bond. In a virtual hearing, family members for both Josephson and Rowland delivered statements in front of Judge Benjamin. On July 20, 2021, Rowland's trial began. During the trial, prosecutors called 31 witnesses, including the turkey hunter who found Josephson's body, Rowland's former girlfriend, and numerous state law enforcement division investigators and other experts. Rowland's defense attorneys called no witnesses, and Rowland did not testify. On July 27, 2021, Rowland was found guilty of kidnapping and murdering Josephson and of possession of a weapon during a violent crime, after the jury deliberated for a little over an hour. Immediately after Rowland's conviction, State Circuit Judge Clifton Newman sentenced him to life in prison. "For whoever asked me for leniency, that's not part of my DNA," said Judge Newman. "There's 1,000 trails, each that led to you. All of the evidence, each speck of the evidence, not simply beyond a reasonable doubt, but as the highest standard the law requires, all points to your guilt. Newman also characterized Rowland as being heartless and said the case was the most severe murder he had ever seen in court before. So where we'll start in this case is at the trial, at the start of closing arguments on the defense's side. I won't share the prosecution's side because they never had a case. They never had a case. But unfortunately, even weirdo murderers deserve a defense. But they didn't call any witnesses. Their cross-examinations were technicalities. So we're going to look at the defense side, and you're going to understand everything that I've said to you. Not that you have to agree 150%, but it'll make sense how we can learn from Samantha Josephson's story while representing her and saying her name. So, thank you all for joining me. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's ride and let's learn.
Neck, shoulder, arm, back, leg, feet. She was dragged into the woods and left alone, covered in her own blood, to rot. Piece of trash. She didn't deserve this. Ms. Good told you in her opening statement that the number 0 was going to be important in this case, and I couldn't agree more. There is no one else responsible for Samantha Josephson's kidnapping and murder. There are 0 legitimate suspects other than Nathaniel Rowland implicated by the credible evidence in this case. There are no other reasonable interpretations of that evidence. 0. What has been presented to you over the last week are hundreds of pieces of evidence. Piece after piece after piece after piece of evidence. And your job is now. Your job is to take all of these pieces, all of these facts, use your common sense, and see the clear picture of what happened March 29, 2019. And that picture will show you that Nathaniel Rowland must be held responsible for his actions. And they were his actions, mind you, his choices. Don't get distracted from the facts of this case. Nathaniel Rowland kidnapped Samantha Josephson. Nathaniel Rowland brutally murdered Samantha Josephson. And Nathaniel Rowland literally left her to rot. It was cold, malicious, and intentional. And he must be held responsible for those actions. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not about old Bud Light cans or cigarette butts. It's not about the reasons why Maria Howard decided that she had to drive his car. It is not about phone calls that the defendant may have made from one phone to another 2 weeks before all this went on. And it is certainly not about unrelated, unidentified individuals. This case is about holding Mr. Rowland responsible for the cold-blooded, malicious, and intentional acts that he committed when he murdered and kidnapped Samantha Josephson March the 29th, 2019. Now, I want to take just a moment and talk to you about the law in this case. When I'm done and the defense is done, Judge Newman is going to tell you what the law in this state is. He's going to tell you to apply that to the facts in this case. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview of that. If I say something different from what the judge tells you, you take his word as he gives it to you. Mr. Rowland is charged with murder. It is perhaps the shortest definition of any crime we have in our state. It is quite simply the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. The unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. We know she's dead, and we know she didn't kill herself. So we got the killing of another. The question is, what is malice? What does that mean? Malice is hatred. Malice is ill will. It's defined as a heart devoid of social duty, somebody who is fatally bent on mischief. Also described as being wicked or a depraved heart. The evidence of malice in this case is overwhelming. Over 100 stab wounds. Virtually every drop of blood spilled from her body and left in the woods to rot. It doesn't get more malicious than that. The second charge, kidnapping. The person knowingly seized, confined, kidnapped, abducted, or carried away someone. Now, regardless of the fact that the video shows that Samantha Josephson freely got into that car, that's clear. The moment that she couldn't get out of that car, she was being kidnapped. And that's what the law says. She was confined. She was unable to get out of the car. And how do we know that? Child locks were on. And in this car, in this Impala, the defendant's Impala, when you hit that button for the child lock to come on, it locks the rear doors and windows. There was no way out. And how do we know that she tried to get out? Well, she told you. She put that footprint on the window. She tried to kick her way out because he wouldn't let her out. She was fighting to get out of there as he drove her off to New Zion. The third charge, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. Quite simply, if somebody uses or displays a weapon such as a knife during the commission of a violent crime like kidnapping or murder, then they're guilty. And I submit to you that if you believe that Nathaniel Rowland used a knife when he killed and or kidnapped Samantha Josephson, he's guilty of that charge too. You've heard a little bit about reasonable doubt, and you're going to hear more about that from the judge. So I'm going to talk to you for a minute about what reasonable doubt means. The state of South Carolina has the burden of proof in every criminal case, and it is our job to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Now that doesn't mean that we have to prove our case beyond any doubt or all doubt, but a reasonable doubt. So what does that mean? What is a reasonable doubt? The judge is going to tell you that it's the kind of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. If you put it another way, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is that which leaves a person firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. If you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you must find him guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, in this case, perhaps more than any other, not only has the state welcomed that burden, we have met that burden. And the evidence supports that. We've done so by giving you an avalanche of direct and circumstantial evidence. The judge is going to tell you that direct evidence, that's someone who has actual knowledge of something. They see something, they hear something. They come into court and they tell you about it. Circumstantial evidence, evidence that you can infer from a series of facts that lead to a conclusion. Solicitor Gibson told you in his opening statement He gave you a great example of circumstantial evidence. If you recall, he told you about how you might be in this room where there's no windows, and when you came in here, it's a beautiful, bright, sunny day and a blue sky. And when you walk outside, you see icicles. You see somebody's built a snowman. You see tire tracks through white powder. You put those chain of facts together, and you conclude that it snowed while you were in here. You didn't see it, but you know that it did. The law makes no distinction whatsoever between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. There's no distinction between the weight or the value to be given to either one of them. Another thing you're going to hear about is credibility. It's up to you to decide whether the state has met its burden of proof in this case. And part of the job that you have to do when you do that is you have to judge the credibility of the witnesses that take the stand. Or the believability of the witness is just another way to look at it. So how do you do that? I submit you do that every day of your lives. When you go to work, you're at the water cooler or the coffee maker, when you're on the elevator, you're walking down the street, even when a witness is on the stand, somewhere inside of you, you are trying to decide, is this person credible? Are they believable? Is what they're telling me the truth? And that's your job to decide that. And you've got a lifetime of experience in deciding if that's the case. But in addition to that experience, a couple other things you can look at. What's the demeanor of the person like when they're testifying, when they're telling you their story? Was their testimony consistent? Was it corroborated by other evidence? Is there other evidence to support or corroborate what the witness has told you? Judge Newman is the judge of the law in the case, but you are the judges of the facts. And with that, in judging credibility, you can judge all, some, or none of what the witness tells you. You can believe all, some, or none. That's up to you. That's your role and your decision. Now, the defense has tried to draw your attention away from the facts. They've tried to get you to think about everything in this case other than the evidence that points to Mr. Rowland. It reminds me of a story that an old teacher of mine used to tell, and it's one of those stories that gets passed down from teacher to student, but I think it fits in this scenario. There's an older man walking down the street, and he's a man who doesn't have much by the way of means. He's got a few dollars to his name, and that's about it. And he comes walking up the street, and he gets to the corner. He's waiting for the light to change so he can cross the street. And as he's standing there, he looks up, and he sees a billboard. And it's one of those flashy billboards with big head, big phone number, and it's for this local defense attorney in the town. And when he looks back down, he sees the same face right in front of him. In fact, it's the man from the billboard standing right next to him on the street corner. They stand there waiting for the light to change. And the old man looks down, and there's a mud puddle. And in that puddle, he sees something. Turns to the defense attorney. He says, "Look at that. Nice new shiny silver dollar." The defense attorney takes one look at him, looks down at the puddle, takes his umbrella, sticks it in the puddle, stirs. The sand, the mud, the silt, all comes up from the bottom. The puddle's now cloudy and murky. And he looks at the old man and he says, "What silver dollar?" He walks off. Remain focused on the evidence in the case. Do not get distracted by issues unrelated. And what we're going to do now, we're going to go through some of the facts of this case. And we're going to give a review of what you've seen and what you've been told. We know that Samantha Josephson and her friends went out Thursday, March 28, 2019. We know that they hung out at the hub, they had some drinks, and they went downtown. We know that she missed Greg. She missed her boyfriend. He didn't live in the same town anymore. He lived down in the Charleston area, 2 hours away. They didn't see each other as much as they had when he was at school before he graduated. But they talked. They talked all the time. And they talked throughout that night, and she was begging him to come visit. But they had plans that weekend, and so he stayed in the Charleston area. So as the night wore on, she wanted to go home. That's all she wanted to do. She wanted to go home, but she never got that chance. She tried to do it right. You heard from Marcus Williams, the Uber driver. He came in and told you that he got a call, and they missed each other. And that happens from time to time. They just missed each other. He had to cancel the ride. She tried to do it the right way. What she didn't know was that the defendant's 2017 black Chevy Impala, and it is Nathaniel Rowland's black Chevy Impala, was circling, waiting, lurking, multiple U-turns throughout 5 Points, as you saw Mr. Martin talk about yesterday. Driving the wrong way down Saluda Avenue, mere minutes before the abduction. And what happens just a few minutes after that? As Samantha Josephson is standing on this corner, all alone, what do you see happen? The Chevy Impala, Nathaniel Rowland's Impala, comes driving by as she's standing by herself, circling, lurking, like a shark. Not only does he see her that time as he drives right by her, just 2 minutes later, at 2:08, as he approaches again, she is still by herself as he's coming right at her and can see her right in front of him. Pulls into the parking lot, immediately turns around, and as soon as these cars come out of the way, he starts to make his move. Now, an interesting thing about this video, the silver car. As you recall, this silver car comes around and Miss Josephson tries to get in it. She thinks that's Marcus Williams. She thinks that's her Uber. Right here. And as she approaches that car, where's Nathaniel Rowland's car? Right there. Right in his line of sight. Again, looking right at her, trying to get into a vehicle, seeing that she can't because it's the wrong car, seeing that she is confused. And he's lurking. And he's waiting. As the car pulls up, right here, what do you see? She looks back at him. Right there. She looks back at him. They see each other. He knows she's just tried to get in the car. She looks at the car. Again, this must be the car, she's thinking. If it wasn't the other, oh, here's a black car. This has got to be it. She looks. Look at that video for yourselves. There is one person in that car. And there is a seat, a driver's seat, reclined back. You can see it through the silhouette of the back window. What does he do next? He gets so excited that the opportunity has finally presented itself that he jumps the curb. He's been driving around for 15 minutes, pulled four U-turns, driven down the wrong way of the road, and he jumps the curb because there she is. And she gets in the car. What happens next? What does a shark do when it catches its prey? Take the victim below the surface. out of 5 Points, out of view, to a familiar place where the carnage can't be seen, and only to resurface later when the coast is seemingly clear. After this video, she was never seen alive again. For 20 minutes or so after this, when his phone moves, her phone moves. That was the testimony you heard from the phone experts. Their phones were in the same locations at virtually the same times. 5 Points, her phone. Towers in 5 Points, his phone. Again, moving away from Hardin Street. Towards Rosewood, her phone, his phone. Now we're in the Rosewood area, which we know that his sister lives in the Rosewood area, near Hemphill. Her phone, his phone. Until ultimately, her phone can no longer be tracked in the area of South Ott and Montgomery. And you heard testimony from both Greg and Tegan that corroborates that. They were trying to track her themselves on the Find My Friend app. And they did track her until South Ott and Montgomery, just a few blocks away from where Mr. Rowland's sister lives, in Rosewood. And her phone stopped. He drove to an area he was familiar with, the Rosewood area. You heard from Destiny Catino. She told you about how his sister lived in that area and she'd been over there with him. After riding around generally in the area for a while, what does he do next? What would he do next? Find another familiar place. And it finally comes to him. Drive to a familiar place. New Zion. New Zion, where his parents live just down the road from where the body is found. And again, corroborated. His phone in the area of where the body was located between 4 and 4:30 in the morning. Let's talk about this crime scene for a minute. This was a straight body dump. An attempt to get rid of the most incriminating evidence against him. There were no signs that the crime occurred there. No blood anywhere other than on her body. Her clothes, all of these clothes, soaked in blood. Her blood. Her shoe. Broken, bloody, torn, just like her. This was a remote area, farmland, fields, a few houses. It's off the main road. You heard from Mr. Lee, the hunter. You heard from Mr. Bubba, the DNR officer, and you heard from Investigator Huckabee. This is off the main road. You got to go on 2 dirt roads to get here. This isn't even really a road. Everybody keeps calling it a farmer's access road because they don't even know what else to call it. And she's in the woods, removed from that road, surrounded by brush. And the testimony in this courtroom was that no one would go there if they weren't a local. They wouldn't even know how to find it. They wouldn't even know how to get there. Mr. Bubba told you that he's lived in that area his whole life, 60 years, and that he's been a DNR agent for 26 years, and that in 26 years of patrolling that area, which is about a mile from his house, he has never seen anyone in that area who wasn't a local. And he lived a mile from the crime scene, a mile from the body. And who lived across the street from him? Who did you tell? Who did he tell you lived across the street? The Rowland family. Destiny Catino told you that she had been to New Zion with Nathaniel Rowland to the family home as well, several times. Investigator Huckabee, he told you about how Clarendon County responded, and ultimately SLED takes over the investigation. But he also told you something else interesting. He said they canvassed the area, they tried to see if any witnesses saw anything, nobody saw anything. But what else did he do? He went up to the mini-mart. They went to the store a couple miles away, closest business around, and they checked the video from there. And they couldn't tell what was on the video. They saw some cars, video was not of good quality, and they couldn't tell whose car or what car it was. But I'll tell you this, if someone was looking for a good place to get rid of a body, it's a pretty good spot. Not near a main road, hard to find, brush. Think about this. Andrew Lee, the man who came in here and told you that he found the body, what did he tell you? He told you that he and his friend Brian went hunting earlier that morning. They went to a different location. They went up in Turbyville, miles away first. And why'd they leave there? They didn't find anything. They didn't see anything that they were hunting for. If they had been successful in Turbyville and found what they were looking for, whatever they were hunting, turkeys, there is no telling when or if Samantha would have ever been found. Let's talk about phones for a minute. You heard a lot of testimony from Agent Dove and Mr. Grabsky about the phones in this case. And they told you just about everything you could possibly want to know about how cell phones work. More importantly, they told you about Mr. Rowland's phone and Miss Josephson's phones tracking together as they leave 5 Points, as I've talked about earlier. And again, they tell you about it going to Mountain Brook, not Mountain Brook, Rosewood, where her phone tracked, consistent with the Find My Friend tracking that Greg and Tegan did. They then track his phone back all the way to Sumter, through Sumter to New Zion, and then back to Columbia. This was from the defendant's Verizon iPhone. They couldn't get GPS location on it because they couldn't get in the phone. It was passcode protected. But Agent Grabsky, or Mr. Grabsky now, he told you about the tower data. And while that phone didn't have minutes on it, he couldn't make phone calls on it, he could use Wi-Fi. And what did Grabsky tell you? When there's Wi-Fi, your phone's bouncing on those towers. Your phone and that tower, they're talking. Whether you're using the phone or not, it's talking. And it's tracking. And it tracked him from Columbia, up 378, through Sumter, to the area where the body was found, and then right back through Sumter. Except this time, there was a stop in Sumter. Daniel Rowland's phone number, Broad Street, Sumter. Oops. There we go. Broad Street, Sumter, with Daniel Rowland's phone. We know that it tracked to that area. What time? 5:45 a.m. What happens at 5:45 a.m.? The ATM in Sumter, 5:47 a.m. Samantha Josephson's car is attempting to be accessed. Unsuccessfully, mind you. But pay attention to what the person's wearing. The leather jacket. Just like the leather jacket found in his car. The gloves on his hand. Just like the gloves found at Mountain Brook. One in the laundry, one in the trash. The drawstrings. The Nike hoodie with the drawstrings. You can see the drawstrings right there. The white string. Those are everywhere in this case. You heard testimony about him wearing that Nike shirt with the drawstring before and after, Thursday and Friday. He had been wearing that for days. The dark pants. There was a long tan shirt sticking out from underneath the clothes that was found in the Mountain Brook trash. And then, of course, the red and black slides. The next ATM. Again, now we're in Columbia. 6:52 a.m. Here. ATM. Columbia. Hampton Hills. 6:48. Same time frame. Again, trying to access her card. What do you see on the face this time? It's a little different this time. This time there's something covering it. It looks like dollar bills. The money bandana. The bandana that he was wearing when he got pulled over on Saluda Avenue 24 hours later. Same one that Destiny Catino said that he had seen. The same one that she had seen him wear before. He then tracks back, the phone records track him back to Mountain Brook, where he stays for a while, through Columbia, taking her to work, taking Maria to work, back to Mountain Brook for rest, and then the phone tracks out to Cellular City, Monticello Road, that Mr. Williams, Oscar Williams, told you about, as Mr. Rowland, whom he identified, came in and tried to sell a phone. But in between there, as I mentioned, he's at Mountain Brook. Maria Howard's residence. So let's talk about Maria for a few minutes. And let's think about that word I told you earlier about credibility. What's something that you can use to help judge credibility? That's corroboration. How do we know that Maria is being truthful? She told you that she had met Mr. Rowland in 5 Points years earlier. That he always talked about 5 Points. He said it was lit, like a place to have a good time. Destiny Catino also told you that she had been to 5 Points with Mr. Rowland. Two different people telling you that they had been to 5 Points with him. She also told you that she was trying to evict her roommate. This letter was found in Mr. Rowland's Impala. This is the eviction letter that Maria Howard gave to her roommate. It references on it 7525 Mountain Brook Drive, Unit C. What else does she tell you? She tells you that Thursday night, before they go to bed, he's wearing the Nike hoodie with the drawstrings and the dark pants. That's corroborated. We know he wears that because you see him on video at the Wendy's the next day. You see him on video at the Cellular City the next day wearing the exact same clothes. She tells you that she goes to bed about 1:30. And then we know from the phone records that not long after that, his phone is on the move from Mountain Brook to 5 Points. And then she told you that she woke up to get ready for work, and where was he? Where was Nathaniel? He wasn't there. She got up, she looked around. She had said that he went to sleep down on the couch downstairs. She went downstairs, she looked around, she looked in the bathroom, he wasn't there. Well, how do we know that? How can we corroborate her story that she looked for him and he wasn't there when she woke up? The text message to Nate, the 862 number, at 5:31 a.m. 0531 WYA. Where you at? Would she have texted him, where you at? If he was somewhere in her house at that point in time, at 5:30 in the morning, where he was supposed to be? She follows it up because she doesn't like being late for work. She told you that. 7:01 a.m. text message to Nate. Babe, I am late as F for work. And she told you that he was late coming back to the house to pick her up. That's corroboration of her story. When he finally shows up that morning late, again, he's wearing the same clothes. The Nike hoodie with the drawstrings, the dark pants. She's upset because she can't find her visor, her work visor for McDonald's. Right? She can't find her visor. She asks him about it because she knows she left it in the Impala. She told you she put it in the back window because she didn't want to forget it going to work. She put it in the back window of the Impala. She asked him about it, and what does he say about it? He says, it's in the country. In the country? New Zion? Why is it in the country? Well, it had blood on it, he said. She asked him, she pressed him, why is there blood? Why is there blood on my visor? He won't tell her. Mind your business, he says. And we know that the visor is eventually found in the Impala, in the trunk, with blood on it. And you'll have that back there in the jury room with you. She tells you that once she discovers that there's blood in the car, she also sees that a sheet has been placed in the car. A white sheet with blue markings on it and blood on it. Covering, she describes very particularly, it covers the headrest, the driver's headrest, and then back into the back seat. If you look closely at this Wendy's video, you can play this in the jury room. There is a white sheet covering the headrest and going into the back seat of that car as he goes through the drive-thru. Cellular City. That's the view from the Cellular City parking lot, 11:17, 11:19 a.m., Friday the 29th. What do you see in the back seat? The white sheet. Corroboration of her story. And when she asked him about it, when she asked him about the blood throughout the morning, when they stopped at the convenience store on the way there, on the way to work, mind your business. Now, she was asked, why would you ride with him knowing there's blood in the car? And she told you that she didn't feel like she had a choice. She had to get to work, and that was her only way to work. As she testified to, she relied on rides from other people to and from work. She's got a daughter, got to pay the bills. She had to go to work. And that was corroborated by the text that she sent, that she was going to be late for work. When they stopped at that gas station on the way to work, she gave him money for gas. She told you that. Is it a coincidence that at 7:45, 8 o'clock in the morning, he needed gas? After just driving all around Columbia for like 45 minutes and then all the way to New Zion and all the way back to Columbia. She also told you that he looked tired. Again, is that a coincidence? He had been up all night, driving, stressing, trying to figure out how to cover this up. Friday afternoon, he fails to show up and pick her up from work. So she gets a ride, and she gets back to the house, to Mountain Brook, and what'd she tell you she did? She said she banged on the door like the police, is what she said. And then when he came to the door, he looked shook, like he'd seen a ghost. And that he appeared as though he'd been sleeping. And she was upset. She was upset because he was wearing the same clothes. The Nike shirt with the drawstrings. The same clothes. And she talked about how nasty those clothes were. Now he needed to clean himself up. And why was he in her bed? That's corroborated. When law enforcement went to Mountain Brook and they collected the evidence, they collected a pillowcase that had a spot on it that appeared to be a spot of blood. She then tells you about how she had to drive his car to go get money because she felt like she had no choice. She had to pay the rent. She had to take care of her daughter. Her concern was her daughter, even if that meant driving that car with whatever was in it. It's not like she didn't try to find out what happened in the car. She asked him about it repeatedly, and he wouldn't tell her. Interestingly enough, when she drives the car, she tells you that she had to pull the seat up, the recline, because he likes to keep it laid back. Just like you saw on that video when he was eyeballing Samantha Josephson on the corner, when that seat was leaned back, she had to pull it up so that she could drive it. She talks about how he puts on blue plastic gloves and he starts cleaning the car. He's wiping down the car, and then he pulls this out. And he starts wiping it down, cleaning it right there in front of her. You think she wasn't afraid of what might happen? Him sitting there, holding this knife, blood all over the car already, and he's cleaning it? She said she had seen it before, but she hadn't seen it open like that. And if you recall, she's not the only one who's seen it before. Or at least something like it. Destiny Catino got up there and she told you that she's seen him with a knife like that one before. What did he tell her when she asked? Mind your business. Again. She finds this rose gold iPhone in the car and asks him about that. Whose phone is this? Why is it's clearly a female phone. Whose phone is that? And he blows her off, says he found it. She sees him at various points of the day putting wipes in grocery bags. He's in and out of the house. He's back and forth from the car to the trash at Mountain Brook, which later in the trash, as you know, wipes, gloves, bloody clothes, bloody bags, bloody toilet paper rolls, bloody paper towels, all found in the trash in Mountain Brook. And then after all that, he goes back to 5 Points, where he's pulled over, literally blue lighted, a block from the bird dog. It wasn't until Maria saw the news about the missing girl, and on the news the next day, where not only they talked about Samantha, but they put a picture of the black Impala up. And that's when the light bulb went off for her. It made sense to her then. But she was scared. Her priority is her daughter. She had just been in a car with him, 2 feet away, with him cleaning a knife. This knife. You think she felt comfortable about telling anyone or anything at that point? No. Her concern's her daughter. No matter what she said to him, no matter how many times she asked him, he would never say what happened in that car or where the blood came from. So I ask you this. When your girlfriend repeatedly asks you, why is there blood in your car? And if you really, truly didn't know where it came from, and you truly were scared about how all this blood got in your car, what's the more reasonable response to that question? Is it to tell her, I don't know, baby, I don't know how it got there, and I'm scared, and I don't know what to do? Or his response of, mind your business? What's the more reasonable response to that situation? You heard testimony about the traffic stop the next night, about 24 hours later. Officer Kraft came in here and he told you that there was a bolo out for the Impala. Be on the lookout for the black Impala, newer model. And again, about a block away, he initiates blue lights and starts the traffic stop. And what happens on that traffic stop? What does the Impala do after the blue lights have been activated? Where does he go? He goes to turn and pull over. He goes to Saluda Avenue. And he turns down the wrong way on a one-way street again. Initially, as Kraft approaches him, he's cooperative. He approaches the vehicle, asks him what he's been up to. He smells marijuana. Ask him about the marijuana. And Mr. Rowland is what? He's cooperative. He says, yeah, I was smoking earlier. Freely answering those questions at that time. But then the conversation changed. And when the conversation changed, Mr. Rowland changed. As soon as Kraft said the magic words, everything changed.
What's going on, sir? Your license on you? I'm also credit. Call me, please, former K9. No, license on you. Why not? All right, man. Who's smoking the marijuana?
I had smoked some earlier, sir, when I was at home.
All right, man. You got to step on out, man. All right, here's the deal, man. I pulled your car over because it matches the suspect. Get your hand in your pocket. What?
I pulled your car over because it matched a suspect. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Mr. Rowland was trying to figure out, how do I get out of this now? He was cooperative until that moment when the word suspect.
All right, man. You got to step on out, man.
And then he had no choice in his mind, I guess, but to take off running.
All right, here's the deal, man. I pulled your car over because it matches the suspect. Get your hand in your pocket. What are you, crazy? Get over here. Hey, get over here. Go, we're running. Hey, I'm going to release the dog.
They eventually catch him, as you know. He's checked out by EMS, no injuries, and taken into custody. An initial search of the vehicle, his vehicle, what do they find? Samantha Josephson's phone. Right next to him, between the seat and the center console. Blood all over the car. Blood on his shoe. The trinket or necklace thing hanging down from the rear view mirror. Same one on the video at Cellular City. The seat leaned back. Again. Seat leaned back in 5 points. Right when Miss Josephson's about to be picked up. Right there. Traffic stop. This is through the rear window. Seat leaned back. Because that's how he drives his car. Some of you might be thinking, how could anyone be calm enough? How could anyone be calm enough to drive for hours with blood and or a dead girl in the back of your car? How do you not freak out when your girlfriend keeps asking you about all this blood? How could anyone go back to 5 points, a block away from where this happened, and not be nervous that they'd get caught? Well, the answer is, you got to be somebody who is capable of handling pressure, right? State's Exhibit 193. This is Mr. Rowland's personnel file from the FedEx where he worked, where Destiny Catino told you she met him. In his file, on his resume, skills profile, ability to remain calm and focus under extreme pressure and circumstances. Extreme pressure? We are literally talking about somebody trying to get away with murder. It doesn't get more pressure than that. And he himself has told you that he's prepared for that. The other reason, he thought he had gotten rid of all the evidence at this point, right? I mean, at this point of the traffic stop, 24 hours later, he's already tried to clean the car with wipes and bleach that's found in the car. He threw away the knife. It's in the trash at Mountain Brook. He threw away his bloody clothes. He threw away the bloody sheet that was in the back. All of that stuff's in the trash at Mountain Brook. But what he failed to consider was that he was driving around in the actual crime scene. And at that point, though, think about what he knew. He didn't know that law enforcement was looking for an Impala. At best, he only knew they were looking for some girl who was missing. They certainly didn't think that they were going to be looking for the girl who was in the passenger seat of his car, who doesn't look anything like Samantha Josephson. Missing white female versus black female in the passenger seat. He thought he was good to go. But it's the clothes. It keeps coming back to the clothes. The clothes link him up to virtually every part of this case. The Impala, the ATM, Mountain Brook, Cellular City, the trash, these drawstrings, these Nike drawstrings, these drawstrings, keeps coming back. They keep showing up. The dark pants, you see those in the ATM and at Cellular City. Drawstrings. Clearly Nate Rowland, identified by Mr. Williams as the person trying to sell the phone. Here's an ATM photo. What do you see sticking out below that jacket? That's a long, light-colored shirt. And what's found in the trash in Mountain Brook? I'm sorry, here are the pants. There's the long, light-colored shirt. And look what's found in the trash. A long, light-colored shirt. And what does it have on it? A whole bunch of blood. Keeps coming back to the clothes. The gloves. This person is wearing gloves. Nathaniel Rowland is wearing gloves. And what do we find? 2 gloves at Mountain Brook, one in the house, and this one in the trash with a discoloration consistent with having been touched by bleach. And bleach was found in his car. The jacket at the ATM, the same jacket found in his car. What did we learn about that jacket? There were striations, marks consistent with possible claw marks or scratch marks found on that jacket. The slides. Oh, the slides. These slides. Look at that ATM picture. Red and black slides. Red and black slides taken out of the trunk and collected as evidence. What else? The bandana. Right, the bandana. Look at that ATM photo. Dollar bills all over the ATM footage. The second time, when he realized he didn't have to hold his hand up here because he had the bandana that he always has, and he could use that to cover his face. So he did. The same bandana he's wearing at the traffic stop by Officer Kraft. The same bandana they take off of him that night. And of course, the toboggan or beanie, black with red writing there at Cellular City, and found in the back of his car. So the question is, why not throw it all away? Why did he only throw some of it away? The Nike hoodie, the dark pants, you got to get rid of those. He's seen wearing those on Thursday. He's seen wearing them Friday. He's been wearing them for like 3 days. Got to ditch those. No question. The tan shirt, we just saw it soaked in blood. Can't keep that around. The gloves, one of them's got some sort of weird discoloration on it. The other one has blood on it. But what about the jacket? Why didn't he get rid of the jacket? It's a dark jacket, folks. It's hard to see blood on that. But not only that, there is no way that he knew the significance of that jacket. There is no way that he knew that Lieutenant Shank would be able to come in here and tell you that those marks on that jacket were consistent with somebody clawing or scratching. No way he knew about those striations. What about the slides or the beanie or the bandana? Why not get rid of those? Simple. There's no visible blood on those things. No visible blood. But there was DNA on it. Samantha Josephson's DNA is on this beanie. And there was blood. Samantha Josephson's blood, her blood, is on this. But he couldn't see it. So he didn't think he had to get rid of it. You heard about Mountain Brook and all the evidence found in the trash there, where he tried to erase the evidence. There's the bleach, the wipes, the cleaners, the bloody clothes, the knife. Even the trash from his meal that he got at Wendy's was there, mixed in with everything else. And he dumped it all in the trash at Mountain Brook. Why did he do that? Well, he's not going to put it in the trash at his sister's house. He's not going to put it in the trash at his family's house in New Zion. And he's especially not going to do that when he doesn't think that there is any connection whatsoever between him and Mountain Brook. But what he wasn't counting on was that eviction letter. Remember the eviction letter that you saw earlier that Maria Howard wrote and left in his car? It had the Mountain Brook address on it. That is the only connection. That is the only way that anybody even knew to go look at the trash in Mountain Brook. If that hadn't been found, that trash never would have been found. The knife, the clothes, the wipes, the bleach, all that stuff would have been gone. It would have been gone. Cellular City. Again, this is video out front. Again, the trinket thing hanging down. What do you see in the back, as I mentioned earlier? White sheet. You remember Oshmer told you that Mr. Rowland had to go back out and get, I think, a SIM tray is what he called it, to go with Miss Josephson's phone. What do you see here? Mr. Rowland looking for it. He's rooting around looking for it. He's got to look under the sheet. And you'll also see here again, those drawstrings. They appear again. Right there. He's digging around, trying to look under that sheet in the back, looking over in the side. You heard a lot of testimony over the last week about forensic analysis that was done in this case. Investigator Hudak talked to you about his efforts to try and get the information from the infotainment system of the Impala. Couldn't do it. Got an error message. Sent it off to the manufacturer of the software to try and get that location information from the car's infotainment system. Didn't work. Error message. The other interesting thing he told you is that the car appeared as though it had been had some sort of work done on it. And that's corroborated. Destiny Coutinho told you that she actually hit a deer driving this car some months prior. You heard about the phones, again, at great length. And I'm not going to go back through all the tower detail at this point, but I do need to point out to you the Alcatel phone that Mr. Rowland had. This is the phone that Maria texted when she said, "Where are you at?" And what were you told about that? That phone cannot be accessed for usage without somebody knowing the passcode. It has to be unlocked. It was set to lock every 30 minutes. And the testimony was that there was keypad activity on the Alcatel at 2:58. And it's set to lock after 30 minutes. But what happens over an hour and a half later at 4:36 a.m.? There's action on that phone. On the internet. Trending porn video of the day. The only way that can happen is for somebody to have unlocked the phone. That somebody is Nathaniel Rowland. You heard a lengthy testimony from the DNA analyst, Agent Dwayne. She told you a lot. She told you a lot. She told you about blood and how it can overpower touch DNA. And she told you that Samantha Josephson's blood was on everything. It was all over that car. The back seats, the headrests, both sides, the back of the seats, the center consoles, the roof, the front, the seat belt buckle receiver. The blood was everywhere. She told you that her blood was on the Nike hoodie with the drawstrings. It was on his pants. It was on his money bandana. Her blood was on his sock, his shoe. It was on the black jacket. It's on the tan shirt. It's on the glove found in the laundry basket, the blue plastic gloves, the trash, the Yankee Candle bag. It was on Maria's daughter's shoe. It was also, Samantha's blood was on that envelope with that list, that weird list. And let's not forget that her blood was on the blade of this weapon, the one that he was seen cleaning in the car. Her blood, well, that's not the only DNA found on that thing, actually. Nathaniel Rowland's DNA was included as part of a mixture on the handles of this weapon, the murder weapon. It was included by way of 2 different methodologies you heard about, included in the mixture. His DNA on the handle. Samantha's DNA is also found on the cold-blooded beanie. It's on one of the red and black slides, and it's under Nathaniel Rowland's fingernails. In addition to the handle of the murder weapon, Mr. Rowland's DNA is on the Nike shirt, the pants, the blue plastic gloves, the beanie, the slides, the money bandana, and all over the inside of that car. So let's think about a few of the things that Agent Dwayne told you in addition to those results. She told you about how wearing long sleeves and gloves can decrease the likelihood of somebody leaving their DNA profile on another person. She told you that just because somebody is excluded from a profile, that doesn't mean they haven't ever touched, worn, or used that item. So the black jacket, for example, or my jacket. I think I even asked her, if I gave her my jacket, would my DNA be all over this jacket? And she said no, not necessarily. And then I asked her about these unrelated, unidentified individuals. And she told you that those profiles could have been left at any time by any person at any point that person has ever come in contact with almost any item, is essentially what she said. Any person that's come in contact with any item can leave their DNA behind, whether it's the assembly line worker, whether it's the sales clerk, it could be the guy who actually made the car, it could be the guy who fixed the car, and we know that the Impala had work on it because Destiny told you that. Anybody, any one of those people could leave their DNA in there at any point in time, and you can't put a time on it. And that all those profiles aren't necessarily the same person. They could be hundreds of people. Can't say. You heard from the handwriting expert, and he told you that he took Mr. Rowland's FedEx personnel file and his Capital Waste personnel file. And he looked at those records, and you can look at them for yourself when you're in a jury room. There's handwritten stuff all over them. And he looked at that and he said, yep, the same person filled out both of those applications. And then he compared that to the list. This list. And he told you that there was a high degree of likelihood that the person that wrote those applications wrote this list. Duct tape, gloves, all black, flip phone, gasoline, matches. What else is important about that list? Nathaniel Rowland's fingerprint is on that list. Samantha Josephson's blood is on that list. He references duct tape. There's duct tape somewhere over here that's got his prints on it. Nathaniel Rowland's prints on duct tape, just like on that list. But you look at them for yourself. You decide if you think he wrote it. even though Mr. Jameson told you that it's highly likely. So you heard about his prints on the list. You heard about his prints on the duct tape from the fingerprint analyst. But what else did she tell you? What's the last thing she told you about? Footprint. Samantha Josephson's footprints were on the window of Nathaniel Rowland's Impala. The inside. This was her cry for help. This was her way to try to get somebody to help her and save her from him. But it also, what it did, she left a trail. She left her own trail of evidence. Her own trail leading right to the defendant. You heard from the trace guy who talked about bleach and how there's all these items in the car were consistent with bleach, and that bleach smells like chlorine, which interestingly is what Maria told you, that the car smells like chlorine. And finally, the final expert you heard from was Dr. Bieber yesterday. And you all remember that testimony. He told you about the wounds that she sustained, over 100 wounds all over her body. He went through some of the pictures with you. He described in graphic detail what happened to her. He talked about the blood loss, that there's over a gallon of blood in the human body, and there's just about this much left by the time she was found. He told you about this knife, and he told you that they were trying to figure out what kind of weapon could have caused these injuries. You have the pictures there. You look at them yourself. These weird parallel wounds. Parallel wounds, just like these two blades. And he told you that this is the unique weapon that did it. It's not just unique because it's got the two blades that are parallel. Because he was confused. He said that there's single stab wounds too. Well, this one really is a multi-tool. Single stab wounds, parallel stab wounds. Nathaniel Rowland's knife is the one who killed Samantha Josephson. I'm about to wrap up. The defense is going to have an opportunity to talk to you in just a minute. There's a couple things I want to cover before I finish. Let's talk about common sense. You take your common sense in that jury room with you, and you use it when you look at this evidence and apply it as though the law tells you. Despite all of the evidence that has been presented to you that points squarely at Mr. Rowland, is there another theory that's supported by credible evidence about who could have done this? Use your common sense. Think. You would have to believe that not only did some other person kill Samantha Josephson, but that person was wearing Nathaniel Rowland's hoodie with the drawstrings, his pants, his money bandana, and his slides. You would also have to believe that this other person drove Nathaniel Rowland's car, used Nathaniel Rowland's knife, and had possession of Nathaniel Rowland's phone. Even if you believed all that, you would still have to believe that this other person drove on March 29th in the early morning hours to New Zion, of all places, in the middle of nowhere. And when they were there, that this person figured out a way to get into Nathaniel Rowland's passcode protected phone to look at a porn site? of all the places in the world to dump a body, this person would have just picked a random, secluded spot about a mile away from the Rowland house. If that's not enough, then you would have to believe that this person somehow found a way to get Nathaniel Rowland's Chevy Impala back to him without anybody knowing. And a 12th thing, as I'm told that the number 12 is important in this case, a 12th thing that you would have to believe. Whoever was driving the Impala on the 29th just so happened to drive down the wrong way of Saluda Avenue, the same road that Nathaniel Rowland turned the wrong way down on 24 hours later. 2 people driving the Impala just happened to turn down the wrong way of the same road 24 hours apart? Is it reasonable to believe any of that? No. It makes no sense. 0. The defense has tried to draw your attention to everything except the evidence that points to Mr. Rowland. He didn't have any scratches or marks on him. Well, he did. They were on the jacket. The striations. None of his DNA was found on her body. He's wearing long sleeves. He's wearing gloves. That decreases the likelihood of shedding or sweating or the passing of DNA cells. Her earring wasn't found. Her ATM card wasn't found. Her purse wasn't found in the car. Those things were of no value to him. He tried to use the card. It didn't work. He tried to use it in Sumter and Columbia, and it didn't work. He doesn't need that anymore. But the phone, her phone, that was valuable to him. He tried to sell it because he needed money because he didn't have a job. He tried to sell it, and when he couldn't sell it, it was still of value to him. This is what Maria tell you. Maria told you that when she asked him about the phone, he told her that he was going to try to give it to her and try and get it reworked so that she could use it. They might say to you that there's no defects in any of the seats in the Impala, so how could all these stab wounds occur in such a confined space? Dr. Beaver told you that the crime occurred where all the blood is, and all the blood is in Nathaniel Rowland's car. Is it reasonable to think that this crime occurred anywhere other than in his car? You heard testimony about a significant bloodletting, was the term used by the crime scene agent. A significant bloodletting that occurred in that car. I appreciate your attention. I'm just about to conclude. What have the themes been that we've discussed? I told you at the beginning of this closing argument that it was your job, take all the little pieces all the facts, all of the evidence as is presented to you. Put it together and use your common sense. Use your common sense to see a clear picture of what happened March 29, 2019. The clothing, talked about that ad nauseum. Where the body was found, a mile from his house. All of the videos showing the Impala driving around, her getting in the car. Mountain Brook, all the trash is found there, the blood, the knife, all the things tying him to that location. The forensic analysis of the phones, the fingerprints, the handwriting, the autopsy. When the smoke is cleared, the picture comes clearly into focus. A clear picture of what happened. And there is only one reasonable conclusion that you can make when you clear up that picture. That conclusion is Nathaniel Rowland is guilty. I told you before, Samantha's whole life was right there. It was right there in front of her. She could have been anything that she wanted to be. And it was right there for the taking to do whatever she wanted. The defendant did the taking. He took her from 5 points. He took her life. And he took the time to try to erase all the evidence. To try to erase her. Samantha Josephson deserved the chance to live her life. And this man, the defendant, Nathaniel Rowland, he took that chance from her. It was malicious, it was intentional, and it was cold-blooded. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of South Carolina humbly asks that upon consideration,
Ryan Dwayne, D-E-W-A-N-E.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Agent Dwayne, where are you employed?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
Please tell the jury what your duties are at SLED.
I am a forensic scientist assigned to the DNA casework department.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 5.5 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background, training, and any additional experience you might have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology pre-professional from Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina. I also have 2 minors in chemistry and English. I'm currently pursuing my Master's of Science degree in biology from Clemson University in Greenville, South Carolina. During my education, I have completed courses in molecular biology, genetics, statistics, and biochemistry. These 4 courses are considered the foundations of forensic biology. When I was hired at SLED, I underwent an extensive training program. This training program included practice samples, training samples, mock cases, written exams for DNA and serology, a report writing exam, an oral exam, a technical review exam, a competency, and a mock court exam.
Do you participate in any training or continuing education?
Yes, we are required to complete approximately 8 hours of continuing education yearly.
How many times have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
8 times.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert?
I have.
In what field?
Forensic DNA analysis and serology.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Agent Dwayne as an expert in DNA analysis, forensic DNA analysis and serology.
Any objection?
No objection.
She is so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Dwayne, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. This is just a chemical found in all of our bodies. We get half of it from our mother and half from our father, and aside from identical twins, no two people will have the same DNA profile.
So when we talk about DNA analysis, what does that mean?
DNA analysis is our process of developing a DNA profile from either evidence or a known standard.
You said developing a DNA profile. What does that mean?
A DNA profile is your biological DNA represented in the form of a series of numbers, and this is what we use to compare.
So in terms of comparison, what are you doing with the DNA profile in order to compare it? How does that process work?
We develop a DNA profile from known individuals associated with the case. We then compare their profile to the evidence profiles developed.
Okay. And when you do that, what does it mean if you come back with the result that a particular profile is included?
This means that the individual is possibly included in the mixture or profile.
What is a mixture?
A mixture is an item that has multiple individuals on the same item.
An item that has multiple individuals on the same item. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay, so this pen, for example, if I were to hand it to you, would it be possible that both my DNA profile and your DNA profile would be on the pen?
Yes, that is possible.
And so would it be possible then for there to be a mixture of your profile and my profile on the pen?
That is correct.
So if you receive an item of evidence, if you receive this pen under that example, what would you do in order to determine which profile belongs to which person?
We use a statistical software program called StarMix to do our comparisons.
And as a result of using that software, you can have a result where somebody, I believe you said, is included in the mixture, correct?
That is correct.
Could you also have a DNA profile excluded?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So you used StarMix, you said, to conduct this analysis, correct?
That is correct.
How do you report results of that analysis?
If we have any possible inclusions, then we report that conclusion with a statistic.
Okay. Is the same true about exclusions?
If an individual is excluded, then we just say that they are excluded from the profile.
With no statistical value to the level of exclusion, I guess?
That is correct.
Okay. So when you're talking about these statistics, you said you assign a statistical value if there's a profile included, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So how do you explain what that statistic is and what that means?
We have a verbal scale at the end of our reports. This shows our level of support based on the number that's generated.
And what does that verbal scale consist of?
We have multiple levels of support. Our lowest level is weak support. We then have, moderate support, strong support, and then very strong support.
So the highest level of certainty, not certainty, but the highest level statement that you would make about the inclusion of my DNA on this pen, if the science backed it up, are you saying that would be that there is very strong support for my inclusion?
For that conclusion, yes.
Okay. Do you guys, in regards to StarMix, that type of analysis, do you use the word match?
We do not.
And does that mean that you're any less confident about a particular result than if you did use the word match?
No.
So you said that there's a number that you associate, a statistical value, right? How does that number, what is the relationship between that number and the level of support in the verbal scale you just described?
The larger the number is, the more support will be associated with it. Our strongest level of support starts at 1 million and above.
All right. And when you're talking about these statistics, can you tell the jury in the context of that, what a likelihood ratio means?
A likelihood ratio is the type of statistic that we calculate for star mix. This is simply a mathematical comparison of two possible scenarios that it could explain the DNA profile that we get. The number that is generated is always supporting which scenario is more likely to create that profile.
Two scenarios, you compare them. One scenario suggests what?
The first scenario suggests that an individual is included,
And the second?
that they're excluded or it's someone else.
Okay. Shifting gears slightly, just talking about DNA in general, because there's obviously a lot of items of evidence that you tested. How is it that DNA evidence actually ends up on a person or an item or a thing?
We can get DNA evidence from biological fluids such as saliva, sweat, or blood. We can also get it from hair, and most commonly we get it from touch, which just means that you leave cells behind when you touch something.
Okay, and that could be from any other person that you come in contact with?
That is correct.
Could it end up even be any person that you have not come in close contact with?
Under certain circumstances, that is correct.
Okay. Now, conversely, can you talk about some reasons how I could come in close contact with someone and their DNA does not end up somewhere on me?
This would depend on many different factors. If you did not physically interact with the person, it is unlikely that your DNA would be present. If you're wearing clothing and they only touch your clothing, it's less likely that your DNA would be transferred. If you're to touch their skin and they're sweating, then that's a higher chance of collecting their DNA. Some individuals are also what we call shedders, which is a phenomenon where some people end up shedding their cells much more frequently than the average person.
All right, thank you. Let's turn your attention to the specific items in the case that you tested. You generated a lengthy report in connection with this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. All right, I want to turn your attention to item 2 on your report. And what is item 2?
Item 2 is swabs from the left shoe back white in color portion of Nathaniel Rowland.
Okay. And do you have any results for that item as it relates to Samantha Josephson?
I do.
And what is your result?
A DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus scenario 2, where it's two unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture, meaning she's not a contributor. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Tying back in our verbal scale, what level of support is that for Samantha Josephson's inclusion in the profile on Mr. Rowland's shoe?
This would fall into our very strong support range.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about a couple other items of Mr. Rowland, relating to Mr. Rowland. Item number 4. That's your item number, not an exhibit number. Item 4 are swabs from underneath Mr. Rowland's right hand fingernails. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what was your... Well, let me ask you this. What results do you have related to Ms. Josephson in regard to Mr. Rowland's right hand fingernails?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Because these are Nathaniel Rowland's fingernails, we can expect his DNA to reasonably be there. So his DNA profile is considered in both scenarios. So scenario 1 is Nathaniel Rowland, Samantha Josephson, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus the scenario where Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 94 million times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland, Samantha Josephson, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Just making sure I got it. So we're talking about Mr. Rowland's right hand fingernails, correct?
That is correct.
And obviously he's going to be included in that mixture, correct?
It's reasonable to expect his DNA to be included.
And there's, according to your verbal scale, very strong support that Ms. Josephson is included as well.
That is correct.
All right, turning your attention to item number 50 in your report. I'm sorry, forgive me, I jumped ahead of myself. Item number 5. That is left-hand fingernails of Mr. Rowland, correct?
That is correct.
All right. What was the result of your comparison on that item?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
Can you explain why that is?
We can only interpret up to 4 individuals in a mixture. Because this was so complex, we are unable to separate individuals, and therefore we do not use it for comparisons.
Too many contributors to the profile, so you can't even come to a conclusion about it.
That is correct.
Item 50, please. That's page 22 of your report. And item 50 is a cutting from the heel area of Mr. Rowland's black socks, correct?
This is item 50.1.
I'm
yes.
sorry, thank you. Can you distinguish the difference between why there's a 0.1?
Yes, this is called a sub-item. The parent item or the original item is item 50. And when a forensic serologist takes a cutting, it then becomes sub-itemized. So it's 50.1.
When you say cutting, do you mean a literal piece of the fabric of, in this case, a sock would have been cut out and taken from the sock and given to you for further interpretation?
That is correct.
Okay. So this 50.1 is a cutting from Mr. Rowland's sock?
That is correct.
And what was your result regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion on that?
A DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus a scenario where it's 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 4 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, so, okay, thank you. Item 54, excuse me, 54.1.1 on page 23. Cutting from bandana from Mr. Rowland, is that right?
That is correct.
I'll show you. It's already been marked as states 11. States 11 that is in evidence. I believe these are the 2 bandanas that were taken. Does that look to be correct?
I did not see the parent item. I only received a cutting.
Okay, fair enough. was your first comparison on that item?
This was a comparison to Samantha Josephson. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario where it's 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.6 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Okay, so earlier you talked about mixtures. So this item is a mixture, you said, of 3 different individuals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And based on what you've just described, is it your testimony that as one of the contributors to that mixture, there is very strong support that it is Ms. Josephson, is that right?
In order for this DNA profile to have been developed, yes.
All right. So as far as a second profile and your second comparison on that item, the bandana for Mr. Rowland, what was your conclusion there?
Under the same scenarios, but comparing Nathaniel Rowland, the DNA profile is approximately 14 sextillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
14 sextillion, is that in the very strong support category?
It is.
So of the 3 profiles found in the bandana, very strong support for Samantha, correct?
That's correct.
And very strong support for Mr. Rowland, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then part of the statement is that there's also could be an unidentified, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, this jury has heard you several times thus far reference that phrase, unrelated, unidentified individual. Can you explain why that phrase is so prevalent throughout your report?
Whenever we have a mixture of, in this example, 3 individuals, if we can have positive associations with multiple people, but we have an unknown profile that does not match any of the standards submitted in this case, then we just label that as an unidentified, unrelated individual.
Every time you reference this unidentified, unrelated individual, are you talking about one person, like the same person for each one?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So it could be one person who's not part of your known profiles to compare on one item and somebody completely different on another item.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to a grouping of items you tested relating to Ms. Josephson. So I'm going to send you back to item number 11 from your report, from page 8. And in regards to items 11 through 15, are those all, according to your report, suspected hairs from the body of Ms. Josephson?
That is correct.
In regards to 11.1 and 11.1, hair from the right hand of Ms. Josephson, 11.2, a hair, 12, suspected hair from right hand of Ms. Josephson, and 13, well, we'll just go through those first 3. In regards to those, what were your results related to Ms. Josephson?
For item 11.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as a single source. The first scenario is that Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus scenario 2 where it's an unidentified, unrelated individual that contributed the profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile. For item 11.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus scenario 2 where it's an unidentified, unrelated individual that contributed the profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 7.1 quintillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile. For item 12, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile. Scenario 2 is an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
For each of those items that you just discussed, those hairs, you indicated that the profile was from a single source. What does that mean?
That means one individual is on the item.
So you know that there's only one individual present in the item, correct?
That is correct.
And you make two hypotheses about that one thing. And in this instance, you're saying that one hypothesis is Ms. Josephson is included, correct?
That is correct.
And the other is that it's somebody else.
That is correct.
But your ultimately, are you stating that there's very strong support that she is her DNA profile is the contributor to the single source item?
There is very strong support to see this DNA profile if Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile rather than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right, thank you. And is it fair to say that the same would be true for the same conclusions in terms of very strong support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion would be correct for items 14.1, suspected hair, and 14.2, suspected hair, and 15, suspected hair from crotch region of pants on Samantha Josephson?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I want to turn your attention to item 16, and that deals with fingernail scrapings from Ms. Josephson. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, and do you have that broken down into some sub items?
I do.
Okay, 16.1, right fingernail scrapings from Samantha Josephson. What are your results related to Ms. Josephson in that regard?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Samantha Josephson.
All right, and what are your results as it pertains to Mr. Rowland on that item?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a possible contributor.
For the right-hand fingernail scrapings of Ms. Josephson, correct?
That is correct.
And that was done by the star mix analysis that you talked about earlier, that process?
That is correct.
Is there a second type of process or analysis that you can do in regards to DNA profiles as well that's separate from the star mix?
Yes.
What is that?
We also perform what is called YSTR testing.
What is YSTR testing?
YSTR testing is a type of technology that allows us to just isolate male DNA.
Just for male DNA?
That is correct.
Okay. So did you perform YSTR testing on this item, 16.1?
I did.
And the process for conducting those tests is completely different from the star mix that you described earlier?
The statistic is different.
The statistic is different. Thank you. So the likelihood ratios, the numbers you've been reciting, do you do that same thing for the YSTR analysis?
No, it is a different type of statistic.
Okay. Did you conduct that analysis on this item?
I did.
And what was the result?
The partial YSTR profile developed is insufficient for interpretation.
What does that mean?
That means that there was not enough DNA developed to interpret.
So in other words, you've tried to take a second route to see what profile could be found under Ms. Josephson's right-hand scrapings, but there wasn't enough there for you to interpret the results.
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about 16.2, which is her left-hand fingernail scrapings. Again, in that situation, under the star mix, under star mix, what was your finding?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Samantha Josephson.
And, I'm sorry, was Mr. Rowland included or excluded as part of that?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a possible contributor.
Did you attempt to do any YSTR analysis on that item?
I did.
And what was the result?
No YSTR profile was developed.
Okay. And how is that different from what you just described a moment ago about insufficient for interpretation?
No profile developed means there was no DNA developed. Insufficient means there was a little bit of DNA, but not enough to interpret it or make any comparisons to it.
All right. Now, those were scrapings, I believe, but item 17 are fingernail clippings from Ms. Josephson's right hand. What's the difference between a scraping and clipping?
A fingernail clipping is when you clip the nail off, the tip of the nail. A scraping is when you take a device and you just scrape underneath the nail and then you swab that device for DNA.
And again, on 17, that one, the fingernail clippings from the right hand, the profile belongs to Ms. Josephson, is that right?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Samantha Josephson.
And regarding Mr. Rowland?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a possible contributor.
Excluded meaning there's no presence of his DNA under those items. On that item. Pursuant to star mix analysis, correct?
That is correct. There was no other profile developed.
No other profile developed, okay. Was there a YSTR profile developed on this item?
Yes.
All right, and what was the result of that profile's analysis?
Due to the inability to determine a number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered regarding the YSTR profile.
Why does the number of contributors to a profile impact whether or not you can interpret it?
For this type of testing, we need to know how many individuals are included in order to know if it's suitable for statistics.
So you couldn't determine how many people were present as part of this YSTR profile, correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's talk about number 18, item 18, fingernail clippings from the left hand of Ms. Josephson. What are your results related to Ms. Josephson? Well, let me ask you this. What is your first comparison regarding that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Samantha Josephson is contributing to the mixture. These are her fingernails, so we can reasonably expect her DNA to be present, so she will be present in both scenarios. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson, the person of interest, which just means whoever we're comparing to this mixture, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus the scenario of it being Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is, under the listed propositions, the following individuals are excluded as contributors to this mixture: Xavier McFadden, Nathaniel Rowland, Marcus Dwayne Williams, Maria Howard, Oshimer Williams, and Gerard Fleming.
All of those individuals are excluded from the profile from Ms. Josephson's nail clippings.
That is correct.
All right. Did you do a YSTR test on that one?
I did.
And what was the result?
The YSTR profile developed is a mixture of at least 2 male individuals. The YSTR profile of the major contributor to this mixture is from an unidentified male individual A. Due to the limited information developed, no further interpretation will be offered regarding the minor contributor.
All right, so now we're into a whole other territory with the YSTR that we haven't talked about previously. You just described in the YSTR that there can be a major contributor and a minor contributor to the YSTR profile?
That is correct.
All right, what does that mean?
A major contributor means that they're the individual contributing the most DNA to a mixture. A minor contributor is the profile that is left.
And you said as far as the major goes, it's an unidentified individual?
That is correct.
And again, this could be somebody completely different from the unidentified individuals you mentioned earlier.
Yes, that is correct.
Or it could be the same.
That is correct.
Or it could be any number of anybody at any point.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And because of the limited information, you're saying you could not come up with anything for the minor, is that right?
Yes, no further interpretation could be offered regarding the minor.
All right, so regarding the minor contributor to this YSTR analysis of, just for reference, Ms. Josephson's left-hand fingernail clippings, the major, you say, is unidentified, right?
That is correct.
As far as the minor goes, of all the standards that you have in the case, to include Mr. Rowland and the other names that you just read out, can any of those standards be included or excluded as a minor contributor on that?
I can make no comparisons to any of the individuals concerning the minor contributor.
Just can't say one way or the other because there's not enough information.
That is correct.
All right. You spoke earlier about the ability for a person to pick up DNA from various places. I believe you talked about touch DNA. Can you talk about that a little bit more about what touch DNA is?
Touch DNA is skin cells left behind when you touch an item.
Okay. And how could a person, say, in a courtroom or a bar or a restaurant, pick up some sort of touch DNA onto their person?
There are many scenarios where this could happen. If you were to touch something like a doorknob, then you may leave your DNA there. Another individual may then touch behind you, and you could also pick up their DNA. If you were to touch someone's arm, then you can pick up their DNA or leave your DNA behind. There are certain circumstances wherein it's more likely to leave DNA. For instance, if that individual is sweating and you touch their arm, it's more likely that their DNA will, you'll pick up their DNA rather than if you don't.
And in regards to this item, we were just most recently talking about YSTR testing, correct?
That is correct.
So we're talking about male DNA profiles.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be unusual to you if an individual was riding in a car with multiple males to have a Y profile appear under someone's nails or on their person?
I cannot offer an opinion on that. I can say that if there is contact or if an individual were to touch something that had a lot of another individual's DNA on it, then yes, you could pick up their DNA.
Okay. All right. In regards to item 19, which is a swab from Ms. Josephson's left ankle, what were your results related to Ms. Josephson?
A DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. DNA attributable to Samantha Josephson is present in this profile. DNA not attributable to Samantha Josephson is also present in this profile. Due to the limited information obtained regarding the foreign contributor, no further comparisons will be offered.
All right. Go ahead.
The partial YSTR profile developed is a mixture of at least 3 male individuals. Due to the inability to calculate a statistic, no further interpretation will be offered.
All right, so we're talking about her left ankle, and obviously she's part of the profile, correct?
That is correct.
It's a mixture, is that right?
Yes,
And one part of the mixture is her?
that is correct.
But you can't determine how many other contributors there are to the mixture.
That is
right?
correct. It was too limited.
Okay, and that was for the star mix analysis, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
For the YSTR, there's a mixture of how many individuals?
At least 3 male individuals.
But you're unable to calculate a statistic of that nature, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you talk about some of the ways in which we've talked about touch DNA in terms of like your hands, you touch the doorknob, you touch something like that. Well, this item deals with ankle. So how is it that a person could obtain a foreign, if you will, DNA profile on their ankle?
Again, there are many different circumstances that could lead to this. If someone were to touch your ankle, then your DNA profile could be present. If the individual were to rub up against another individual's leg or anything that maybe they had a lot of DNA on, these are also circumstances when it would be possible to pick up their DNA.
All right, thank you. I want to move ahead to item 84.1. That's on page 30 of your report. As well as that, and that is the swabs from shoes of Miss Jefferson, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what results did you obtain related to Miss Jefferson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus the scenario where an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 7.6 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right. Item 103 on page 31 is a suspected hair from Ms. Jefferson's shirt. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there are 4 sub-items to that.
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that for 3 of those 4 sub-items of the hair from her shirt that no DNA profile is developed? Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. What about the one, is there one that did have a profile?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you find out about that?
For item 103.3, a DNA profile was developed. Due to the limited information obtained, no further interpretation will be offered.
Not enough information to reach any conclusions.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. All right, let's shift gears a little bit to another grouping of items of evidence in the case. Let's talk about items that were collected from the black Chevy Impala. I'm going to take you back to item 3. It's page 4 of your report. That is a swab from a rear driver door interior panel. Did you test that, or was any testing done for that item for it, whether or not it was blood?
Yes.
What was the result of that?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive.
Okay. And then as far as the DNA analysis, what are your results related to Ms. Jefferson on the swab from the driver door interior panel?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual versus the scenario of it being 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So in regards to that swab from the interior of the rear driver door panel, very strong support that blood is Ms. Jefferson's. Is that correct?
I cannot say that result.
It was presumptive for blood, right?
That is correct.
Very strong support that her DNA is included in that mixture.
Very strong support for the possible inclusion of Samantha Josephson.
Okay. Thank you. Item 22. Actually, item 22.1, page 14. That is a swab from a stain below address window on envelope with handwritten list on back, correct?
That is correct.
All right. What was your first comparison that you did on the envelope, the stain from an envelope?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario where 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is The DNA profile is approximately 3.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What were your findings for that item as it pertained to Mr. Rowland or any of the other standards that you were provided?
Under the same scenario, the following individuals are excluded as contributors to the mixture: Xavier McFadden, Nathaniel Rowland, Marcus Dwayne Williams, Maria Howard, Oshimer Williams, and Gerard Fleming.
All right. 22.2 is the same envelope with the handwritten list, but this is a swab from the outer edge of that item. What was your first comparison on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 42 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So again, using your verbal scale, there is, would it be correct to say that there's very strong support that Ms. Josephson is part of the mixture on that item, the envelope, outer edge?
There's very strong support to see this DNA profile if the scenario where Samantha Josephson is included as a possible contributor.
All right, thank you. Were there any other individuals that were included in that analysis?
There were not.
All right. All right, I want to take you to item 38. .1, sorry. That is, what item is that?
These are swabs from the cuff area and in between fingers of item 38, which are blue plastic gloves from the front passenger door panel of the Chevrolet Impala.
What were your results of that analysis?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
I believe you spoke earlier about how, I think you said, if it's more than 4 contributors, then you cannot reach a conclusion. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there were 5 on this item?
Yes, that is correct.
The blue plastic glove from inside the Impala?
That is correct.
Okay. 39.1, did you have the same findings?
Yes.
And that is also a blue glove from the Chevy Impala, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, item 45.1, can you tell us what that is?
These are swabs from the right sleeve near the cuff of a black jacket, brand Robert Comstock size XL, from the rear passenger seat of the Chevrolet Impala.
And how many profiles were developed from that swab?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals.
All right, and what are the results related to Ms. Josephson on that item, the jacket?
In the scenario where Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of it being 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 3.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Were any of the other known standards that you have included in that mixture?
No.
Staying with the black Comstock jacket found from the Impala, item 45.2, I'd ask you the same question about your first proposition in that.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario being 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. And were any of the other known standards included in that profile?
No.
Okay. Can you talk for a moment about the relationship between touch DNA, as you've described it earlier, versus DNA profiles developed from other bodily fluids, such as blood on a particular item within a mixture?
The type of DNA that we get from blood is from the white blood cells within it. The type of DNA we get from touch DNA is from skin cells. We typically have more abundance in blood than we would in skin cells.
So is it fair to say that if there was an item that contained blood, it could overpower a touch DNA sample if there was any other DNA on whatever the item is?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Item 45.3, also part of the Robert Comstock jacket from the backseat of the Impala. What was your finding as a result of that analysis?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
Okay. Item 62, that's on page 24. It's the swab from the steering wheel of the Impala. Were you able to reach any results regarding the steering wheel as it pertains to Mr. Rowland?
Yes, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. In the scenario where Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario where 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 970 billion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And again, the level of support on your verbal scale that goes with that statistic regarding Mr. Rowland's inclusion of the mixture on the steering wheel is what?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Which is your highest level of support?
That is correct.
Did you also have any results regarding this steering wheel item as it relates to Maria Howard?
I did.
All right. And what was that result?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 41 septillion times more likely if Maria Howard and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Item 63 is the gear shift from the Impala, correct?
That is correct.
What was the first comparison you did regarding the gear shift of the Impala?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. In the scenario, Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 390 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. And then regarding the same item, the gear shift, was Mr. Rowland included in that as well?
Under the same scenario, the DNA profile is approximately 150 billion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So in regards to both Mr. Rowland and Ms. Josephson, there is very strong support for their inclusion on the gear shift as part of the mixture, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then lastly, in regards to the gear shift, what were your findings as it pertains to Maria Howard?
Under the same scenarios, The DNA profile is approximately 27 times more likely if Maria Howard and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What level of support does that fall into on the verbal scale?
This falls into our weak support range.
Is that the lowest level of support?
That is correct.
All right, sticking with the car, item 64, a swab from the exterior door handle of the rear passenger side of the Impala, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Was Ms. Josephson included in that profile? Or that mixture, rather?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And the level of support for Samantha's inclusion on this item, the door handle of the rear passenger side, is what?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Okay, same item, same swab, same profile, mixture, excuse me. What was your result related to Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile is approximately 9,100 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What level of support does that correspond to?
This statistic falls in our moderate support range.
All right, last one regarding that exterior door handle. What was the result regarding Maria Howard?
The DNA profile is approximately 2 times more likely if Maria Howard and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
2 times. Does that fall in the weak support category?
That is correct.
All right. Item 139.
I apologize. I need to add something to
Sure.
that
Yes.
result.
Yes.
Whenever there's the possible inclusion of multiple individuals in a mixture, we have to compare them together just to make sure that still works. For this item, the DNA profile obtained could not be explained by a combination of DNA from Samantha Josephson, Nathaniel Rowland, and Maria Howard under the listed propositions, all contributing to the profile. When we have this happen in an item, it is recommended to draw your conclusion based on our level of support for the the statistic associated with the individual.
All right. Thank you. Item 139.1, page 61. What is that item?
These are swabs from the foot, bed, and understrap of black and red Nike flip-flop from the trunk of the Chevrolet Impala.
Were you able to interpret that item?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no further interpretation can be offered.
All right. Item 140.1. What is that?
This is a swab from scraping the interior of a black beanie, the brand Field Grade, from the trunk of the Chevrolet Impala.
Okay. And what was your first comparison to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario of 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 210,000 times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. So according to the verbal scale, that would be what level of support for Ms. Josephson being part of the mixture on the beanie?
This statistic falls in our strong support range.
Okay. And your second comparison regarding Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile is approximately 11 octillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Showing you what's been marked as States 18 for ID. Can you tell me what that item is?
This is the parent item, which is the black beanie.
From item 140.1 that you just discussed?
That is correct.
And again, regarding the analysis on this item, States 18 for ID, you indicated strong support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion in the mixture. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And very strong support for Mr. Rowland's inclusion in this mixture, correct?
That is correct.
All right, this time the state would offer State's Exhibit 18 indictments.
Says it does.
Your Honor, object for lack of foundation.
That was marked for ID purposes only yesterday. It is admitted at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very, very briefly. That's the beanie we're talking about, Agent Dwayne, correct?
I did not see the parent item. I only received the
The
cutting.
cutting from this item, I guess, from item 140.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, one more item regarding a couple more items regarding the car. Item 47, I'm going to jump back for you, sorry. 47.1, that's on page 20, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And what was your results regarding that related to Samantha Josephson on that item? What is the item, 47.1?
These are swabs from the footbed and understrap of a black and red left side flip-flop found in the trunk of the Chevrolet Impala.
And your results were related to Ms. Josephson on the flip-flop from the trunk.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.9 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Very strong support, correct?
That statistic falls in our very strong support range.
And what about your results as it pertains to Mr. Rowland in regards to the flip-flop from the trunk?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 35,000 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, thank you. And what level of support was that?
This falls into our strong support range.
Thank you. Did you also generate a second report in this case regarding some swabs taken from the Impala?
I did.
All right. Do you have it in front of you?
I do.
If I may refer you to that, please. In regards to item 67, there's a swab from rear side center console of the Impala. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was Ms. Josephson included as that part of that mixture?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. The scenario is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And this swab from the rear side center console, was it tested for blood?
Yes, presumptive testing for blood was positive.
All right, item 71, swab from front passenger seat headrest. Was that tested for blood?
Yes, presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And the results related to Ms. Josephson's inclusion?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus a scenario where 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. Item 72, rear passenger seat of the Impala. Was that tested for blood?
Yes, presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And your result regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion for that item, which is a swab from the rear passenger seat of the Impala?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the mixture versus a scenario where 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 4 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Number 75, item 75, swab from the side of the driver's seat headrest of the Impala. Was that tested for blood?
Yes, presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And the results regarding Ms. Josephson on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And lastly, regarding that set of items, item 77 was the swab from a driver's seat seat buckle receiver. Is that right?
That is correct.
And was that tested for blood?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And the results of your analysis regarding Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus scenario 2 where an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right, thank you, Agent Dwayne. I want to turn your attention to the last grouping of items that we're going to discuss, and these are items that, as testified to earlier, came from the Mountain Brook series of evidence. Item 106.
is that? Let's all stand for a moment.
Item 106.1, what is that?
This is a swab from the finger of a black right-hand glove from the white basket from the closet left of the bed in Maria Howard's bedroom.
And what were your results of this glove as it relates to Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus it being two unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 4 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item, the swab from the finger of the black glove found inside the house. Was Mr. Rowland included as part of that mixture?
Under the same scenario, the DNA profile is approximately 5 times more likely if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Thank you. There was also one on 106.2.1, that's a hair from the same right-hand glove, it appears. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what was the result of the analysis of that hair?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2, an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Once again, that corresponds with which level of support?
Our very strong support range.
All right. Item 107.1 is a swab from a cuff of a black left-hand glove from the white plastic Family Dollar bag number 2, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And if you would tell the jury what your results were regarding Ms. Josephson on that glove found from the Family Dollar bag.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus scenario 2 of 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item. What were your findings as it relates to Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile is approximately 460,000 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So, in terms of the level of support, item 107.1, the left glove in the Family Dollar bag, the level of support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion is?
This falls into our very strong support range.
And on that same item, the level of support for Mr. Rowland's inclusion?
This falls into our strong range.
Okay. All right, I want to turn you to 108.2, page 39. What is that item?
These are swabs from the handles of a bag from item 108, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 1.
Okay. And your results regarding Ms. Josephson on that Family Dollar bag item swab?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of this comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And again, at the risk of repeating myself, the unidentified individuals you refer to, again, this could be somebody different than the ones we've talked about before, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Could be the same.
Yes, that is correct.
No way to know, correct?
That is correct.
All right, 108.3.1, that is page 39, I believe. Yes. What is that item?
This is a cutting from 5 wads of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 1.
What was your first comparison that you did?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 56 million times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item, what were your results regarding Mr. Rowland?
Under the same circumstances, the DNA profile is approximately 22 times more likely if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. .3.2, cutting from a wad of paper towels from this Family Dollar bag number 1, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And again, what were your findings regarding Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. Under the same scenarios but involving Nathaniel Rowland, the DNA profile is approximately 3 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So regarding these items, the cuttings from the paper towels from the Family Dollar bag number 1, both Mr. Rowland and Ms. Josephson are included in that mixture, is that correct?
The statistic supports inclusion for both of these individuals.
And in terms of the verbal scale for each?
For the statistic associated with Samantha Josephson, this falls within our very strong support range. For the statistic associated with Nathaniel Rowland, this falls within our weak range.
Okay. .3.3, what is that item?
These are swabs from entire exterior as they were submitted of 3 gloves from miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag number 1.
Why does the description of the item say as submitted?
Sometimes it is difficult to tell with certain types of gloves which would be the inside and the outside. So the way our forensic serologists process these items is they will say from the exterior as it was submitted instead of trying to determine which is the true exterior or interior of the glove.
So would that be common in the type of gloves you're talking about, like say, well, like this kind of glove?
Yes, that is correct.
Or the blue plastic gloves of similar nature?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so in regards to the item here, 108.3.3, which was 3 gloves, what were your findings regarding the inclusion of Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.2 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. Under the same scenarios but involving Nathaniel Rowland, the DNA profile is approximately 5.2 quintillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So regarding those gloves, item 108.3.3, the level of support for the inclusion of Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland is what?
Both of these statistics fall in our very strong support range.
All right. .3.5 interior as submitted of glove marked B from Family Dollar bag number 1. What did you find regarding Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the possibility of 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, thank you. And I believe this might be the last of the gloves. 108.3.6, interior as submitted glove marked C from White Family Dollar bag number 1. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And one more time regarding the gloves. How many profiles were in this mixture?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals.
Was Ms. Josephson included in that mixture?
Under the scenarios of Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture versus the scenario of 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture, the DNA profile is approximately 2.3 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And the level of support for her inclusion?
This statistic associated with our very strong support range.
Same item, the glove from a glove marked C from the Family Dollar bag number 1. Was Mr. Rowland included in that item?
An uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Nathaniel Rowland as a possible contributor to the mixture under the listed propositions.
No conclusion either way.
That is correct.
All right, Agent Dwayne, just a few more items. .128.3, it's on page 52 of your report. What is that item?
These are swabs from the interior of a Dollar General bag from item 128, which was a black bag from the trash can.
And the results regarding Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. In the scenario of Samantha Josephson contributing the DNA profile versus the scenario of an unidentified, unrelated individual contributing the DNA profile, the result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Is it fair to say that you got the same result as it pertains to 128.4, a swab from an interior IGA bag out of the same item?
That is correct.
And the same result as well for 129.1, cutting from toilet paper from inside that trash can?
That is correct.
Single source with Ms. Josephson, correct?
That is
Very,
correct.
very strong support for Ms. Josephson.
That is correct.
All right. Turn your attention to 130.1.1, page 53. Cutting from left side hem of tan shirt removed from Family Dollar bag number 2, correct?
That is correct.
And was Ms. Josephson included in that mixture?
This DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. First scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of it being 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What about for the same item about Mr. Rowland's inclusion on that tan shirt?
The DNA profile is approximately 13 times more likely if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. So just for clarification, this profile is 13 times more likely if the scenario were 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to it rather than if Nathaniel Rowland and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to this mixture.
Same shirt, 130.1.2, is a swab from the scraping of the neck area, swab from scraping the neck area of the same shirt, the tan shirt. Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that item?
Yes.
And were you able to get any results?
Due to the complexity of the profile and the inability to determine a number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
130.3, swab from the stain along open edge of the Family Dollar bag number 2. Is Ms. Josephson included in that profile?
This profile is interpreted as single source. The scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Fair to say that the same result for the swab on 130.4 from the interior of a cardboard roll out of that Family Dollar bag 2?
That is correct.
I'd like to turn your attention to a couple final items, and then I'll be done. Let me jump back to your other report very quickly, to your second report. Item 125.1. What is that item?
These are swabs from the sole of the right shoe of a pair of pink size 9K shoes from the closet underneath the stairs of Maria Howard's residence.
And your results regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 3.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Thank you. I'll make you jump back one last time to page 57 of your first report, item 131.1.1.1. What is that item?
This is a cutting from the right cuff of a shirt removed from item 131, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 3.
I'm going to show you what's been marked or admitted into evidence. States 329 into evidence. If you could look at the outside of the bag, what your item number is that?
This is item number 131.1.
And how does that pertain to the item that we are talking about there?
That would have been a parent item to this.
Parent item. Can you again say what that means?
That means the original item as submitted. And then when we sub-itemize, that means that we're taking cuttings or swabs or some part of that away.
Okay. So this 131, which states 329, is the parent item? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in your analysis of the cutting from this item, what did you find in regards to Samantha Josephson being included or excluded?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 5.5 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item. What were your findings regarding Mr. Rowland's inclusion?
For the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 10 trillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Once again, the level of support for each of their inclusions.
Both of these statistics are associated with our very strong support range.
Same item, the parent item 131. There was on your item 131.1.1.2 was a swab from a scraping of the neck area. Is that right?
That is correct.
What were your results regarding that interpretation?
The DNA profile developed as a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
Okay. And 131.1.2, what is that item?
This is 131.1.2.1. This is a cutting from the left thigh area of pants removed from item 131, which is a white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 3.
I believe that's the same bag here as in states 329, correct?
That is correct.
And it was a pair of pants, you said?
That is correct.
Okay. What was your result regarding Ms. Josephson on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.1 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And regarding Mr. Rowland?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 55 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Thank you. All right, last item. This is item 104. What are the item numbers that you reviewed in your report regarding 104? Is it 104.1, .2, and .3?
104.1, 104.2, 104.3.1, and that's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been introduced into evidence already as states 295. Is that the parent item 104?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the analysis we're about to discuss, it's fair to say that all of that pertains to this item?
Yes.
All right. What is item 104.1?
These are swabs from serrated blade of camo-colored multi-tool from the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 2.
Okay, you said swabs from the serrated blade?
That is correct.
All right. And what was your conclusion regarding Ms. Josephson as it pertains to the serrated blade on item 104?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2, an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.9 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And the level of support for that?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Okay. Two more related to that, correct?
That is correct.
104.2? Is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
These are swabs from the inner edges of handles of camo-colored multi-tool from the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 2.
Inner edges of handle, you said?
That is correct.
Okay. And what did your analysis reveal regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion on the inner handles of this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Scenario 2 where 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 2.6 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So the level of support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion of the mixture on this handle is what?
This falls within our very strong support range.
Same line of questions regarding Mr. Rowland on this handle.
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Included? Correct.
This DNA profile is 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And that falls under your weak level of support, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, in regards to the handle, as we just discussed, did you do additional testing? Specifically, earlier we talked about YSTR methodology. Did you do YSTR examination of this item?
I did.
And what was the result of your analysis regarding the handle from a YSTR standpoint?
The YSTR profile developed is a mixture of at least 2 male individuals. Xavier McFadden, Marcus Dwayne Williams, Ashimer Williams, and Derod Fleming are excluded as possible contributors. The partial YSTR profile of the major contributor to this mixture is from unidentified male individual B. The partial YSTR profile of the minor contributor to this mixture matches the YSTR profile of Nathaniel Rowland. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated male individual having a YSTR profile matching the minor contributor to this mixture is approximately 1 in 59. Paternal male relatives of Nathaniel Rowland may not be excluded as the minor contributor to this mixture.
All right. So, for the YSTR analysis of the handle, it's a mixture, correct?
That is correct.
And the major contributor could not be identified?
That is correct.
And in regards to the minor contributor, what are you saying again regarding Mr. Rowland as the minor contributor?
The partial Y-STR profile of the minor contributor to this mixture matches the Y-STR profile of Nathaniel Rowland.
And lastly, 104.3.1, what is that?
This is a hair from the camo-colored multi-tool from the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 2.
Okay. And a hair from the same item?
That is correct.
Okay. And what was your finding regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion in the hair found on item 104?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2 where an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And the level of support for that?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Agent Dwayne, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, Agent Dwayne. Is it Agent Miss?
Agent's fine.
Agent, okay. Agent Dwayne, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. All right, so you just testified about a whole bunch of items. I'm going to try not to go back through everything, but I can't promise. I want to back up, though, to when you first got involved with this case. That was back in March of 2019, right?
That is correct.
And do you recall the first day that an item was submitted to you for testing?
This was on March 30th of 2019.
March 30th of 2019. Do you have all of your, supplemental reports, or do you just have the report from December and June?
I just have the latter two.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? I just handed your report dated March 30th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And you had a number of supplemental reports after that, right?
That is correct.
And that's because there was a large volume of items submitted for testing and you kind of updated as you went.
That is correct.
So I think we had, a total of 7 or so different report installments?
I received evidence on 8 different days.
Do you have those days?
I do.
Can you tell us what they are, please?
The first date was March 30th of 2019, and then April 1st of 2019, April 3rd of 2019, April 4th of 2019, April 15th of 2019, April 18th of 2019, August 9th of 2019, and June 29th of 2021.
Thank you. Now, if you look back at your, what was submitted to you on March 30th, you were provided with 3 items to compare on that day, correct?
That is correct.
And you received a buccal swab from Ms. Josephson.
I apologize. I received 5 items.
5? Okay. One of those items was a buccal swab from Ms. Josephson.
That is correct.
Another one was a swab from a left shoe, a black and white shoe.
That is correct.
And a third one was a swab from the rear driver side interior panel.
That is correct.
And you said you received the items on the 30th and you issued your report on the 30th, correct?
That is correct.
And that request came from who? Do you recall?
I got the phone call from a SLED agent.
Do you remember which one it was?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it common practice, or just is it common for your department to be able to turn around on testing, peer reviews, and issuing reports within a number of hours?
Yes, it depends on the number of items and the type of items.
And sometimes it takes months. Is that fair?
That is correct.
But there are times also that special requests can come from law enforcement or by order of the court to prioritize to try to get the testing done more quickly, right?
More efficiently, yes.
Yes, I mean, I'm not trying to suggest that you aren't, that your department doesn't work efficiently, but there's only so many hours in the day. If people are giving you hundreds of items to test, don't y'all receive items from all over the state?
Yes, we do.
And sometimes there can be a backlog.
Yes, that is correct.
But y'all work as quickly as you can, as efficiently as you can to try to get to each and every task as it comes in, right?
That is correct.
Now you said your the third report you issued was around April 18th.
I apologize. I do not have the dates of the reports.
Your mic is on.
Yes, this report is dated April 18th of 2019.
And on this report, we see for the first time that items 17 and 18 are listed, correct?
That is correct.
And again, that's April 18th of 2019.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And we'll come back to items 17 and 18 in just a minute. But like you said, throughout the next couple of months, even years, you did the testing, you put it through the peer review, you issued your reports as efficiently as possible so you could get the reports done.
That is correct.
And when you finish your report, do you personally hand it to the investigator?
Not typically, no.
Where do you typically upload your report to?
We have an internal laboratory management system called the Beast, and that is where our reports are written and published.
And so an investigator at SLED would have access to that database?
Yes, once the report is published.
And they can access it at any time after you've published it?
Yes, that is correct.
And they would not have to contact you for any special login. They can go get it themselves.
As far as I understand, yes.
And it's not your responsibility to track down an investigator to tell them, hey, my report's finished. You submit it, you upload it, it's published, and your job there is complete, right?
That is correct.
All right, now do you have your December 5th report?
I do.
All right, so I'd like to start first just going over some things that were found and that you processed inside the vehicle. But first, you were discussing with Mr. Goldberg the different ways that DNA can be transferred from one item to another. One of those ways is just by simply touching something, right?
That is correct.
If you sneeze, you can transfer your DNA that way, if you don't cover your mouth.
Yes, that is correct.
You said blood is a very strong indicator of, a DNA transfer.
Yes.
And skin cells. I guess that would be the same thing as touch. Is that right?
What is the question?
Skin cells, transferring skin cells.
Yes.
So transfer DNA. Am I correct in saying that DNA can transfer from one item to another without the person having direct contact with that originating source? Does that make sense?
Yes, that is possible.
So, for example, if there was blood in the back of my car and I touched that blood, that DNA would transfer from that item to the person that touched it.
Yes, if the blood is wet, then yes.
And if there are other items in the car that come in contact with blood, the blood can transfer from one to the other.
Yes, that is correct.
You can also transfer DNA by, if somebody owns a sweatshirt, you wear the sweatshirt, it's safe to assume that your DNA is going to be on that sweatshirt.
Yes, it is possible that your DNA will be on that sweatshirt.
If somebody owns a car and you drive the car, it's very likely your DNA is going to be on the steering wheel.
It is possible that your DNA would be on the steering wheel.
It's possible your DNA will be on the gear shift.
Yes, that is possible.
All right, so I'd like you to look at item 3 for me on page 4. Item 3 was one of the first things you said was given to you on March 30th.
That is correct.
And the swab was labeled from rear driver door side interior panel, correct?
That is correct.
And when you ran this sample, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did not have a known sample from Mr. Rowland at that point, right?
That is correct.
But on March 30th, the presumptive test for blood was positive.
Yes, that is correct.
And your result, it was interpreted that there was a strong likelihood that Miss Samantha Josephson was a potential contributor.
The statistic associated with Samantha Josephson fell in our very strong support range.
And that was on March 30th.
Yes, that is correct.
And then on April 5th, that's when you received the known sample from Mr. Rowland, correct?
I received the known standard from Nathaniel Rowland on April 3rd of 2019.
Okay, April 3rd. But on the April 5th report that you issued, that's when you indicated that Nathaniel Rowland was excluded from that sample as a possible contributor, correct?
I can't confirm the date, but yes, I can confirm that result.
Give me one.
Yes, for the report issued on April 5th of 2019, the result regarding Nathaniel Rowland for item 3 was that he was excluded as a possible contributor.
And just so we're clear, the profile that you interpreted for item 3, originated from 2 individuals.
That is correct.
So we know Nathaniel Rowland is excluded, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You were able to exclude also everybody else that you had a known sample for, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So there's an unidentified profile mixed with Ms. Josephson's profile on that swab.
Yes, that is correct.
Now I'd like you to turn your attention to item 22. It's on page 14.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's 22.1. This item is listed as the envelope swab from stain below address window on item 22.
That is correct.
And for this particular item, you also got a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And your proposition is that there's a strong likelihood, 3.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson was a contributor.
The statistic associated with Samantha Josephson as a possible contributor falls in our very strong support range.
Yes, ma'am. And that number is 3.7 septillion times more likely?
Yes.
And for this item, Nathaniel Rowland is also excluded, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you've excluded everybody else that you had no profiles for.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Samantha Josephson mixed with an unidentified person.
Yes.
Now, if you look over on page 15 at item 22.2, it's another swab taken from this envelope, swab from the outer edges of item 22.2, correct?
That is correct.
And on this swab, we had a mixture of 3 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And the DNA profile is approximately 42 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified related individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
So a very strong probability that Ms. Josephson is present.
A very strong statistic associated with her possible inclusion.
And you testified that you did you created a proposition for Mr. Rowland also.
Yes.
Mr. Rowland is not included in this mixture of 3, correct?
The result for this is the DNA profile is approximately 4 times more likely if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. So this DNA profile is 4 times more likely to have occurred if the second scenario where Nathaniel Rowland is not included as a contributor occurred.
Okay. It's more likely if Nathaniel Rowland is not a contributor.
That is correct.
Okay. And you came to that same conclusion for Xavier McFadden. It's more likely if he is not a contributor, correct?
That is correct.
You came to that conclusion with Dwayne Williams. It's more likely that he is not a contributor?
That is correct.
You came to that conclusion as far as Maria Howard goes. She is not a contributor.
It is trending toward exclusion. Yes.
And then under the last proposition, you have excluded Oshamar Williams and Derod Fleming, correct?
That is correct.
So with this particular swab, we have Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified people in this mixture.
That is correct.
All right, please look at item 38. I'm sorry, 38.1 is on page 18. This particular swab is a mixture of at least 5 people.
Yes, that is correct.
And you testified that anything over 4 you cannot run an analysis on.
Yes, that is correct.
And how many DNA profiles does each person have? 1 per person, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the same thing was for item 39.1. There were 5 profiles identified, so you could not do any more testing.
Yes, that is correct.
But we know there were 5.
Yes.
Now, item 45.1 is down at the bottom of this page. It is labeled as swabs from the right sleeve near cuff of black jacket Robert Comstock, size extra large, from rear passenger seat of the Chevy Impala. You were able to identify profiles on this item as well, correct?
That is correct.
And the profile is a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And Samantha Josephson's likelihood of being a contributor to this mixture is pretty strong, right?
Yes, the DNA profile is 3.7 septillion times more likely.
That it's her and one individual, another person contributing to the mixture.
That is correct.
And Nathaniel Rowland is excluded from being that second person, correct?
That is correct.
And you excluded everybody else that you had known samples for with this particular item.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Samantha Josephson and an unidentified person that we don't know.
That is correct.
Now, on item 45.2, swabs from the upper right and lower left areas of the black jacket, same black jacket, that was found in the rear passenger seat of the Chevy Impala. This profile is a mixture of 3 individuals.
That is correct.
Samantha Josephson had a very strong, it was approximately 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
Correct.
Than if it was
3 unidentified, yes.
And with this item, the swabs from the right and left side of this jacket, Nathaniel Rowland is excluded, right?
That is correct.
And you excluded everybody else that you had known samples for?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Samantha Josephson mixed with 2 other people that we don't know.
Yes, that's what the statistic implies.
And when we look at 45.3, that's another, the scraping from the interior neck area of the same black jacket that was found in the back seat of the car.
Yes, that is correct.
It's a mixture of at least 5.
Yes.
So you could not do any testing on that.
That is correct.
Can you turn to page 24, please, item 62? This is the steering wheel of the Chevy Impala, correct?
That is correct.
And this is a mixture of 3 people.
Yes.
And the first proposition that you did included Nathaniel Rowland as a possible contributor.
Yes.
And it was approximately 970 billion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
The DNA profile was approximately 970 billion times more likely if that were the case, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Versus it being 3 unknown people.
Yes, that is correct.
And then you ran the proposition for Maria Howard.
Yes.
And she had a pretty strong supported proposition for being included on that swab as well, right?
Yes, the statistic associated with Maria Howard was in our very strong support range.
And having DNA of 2 individuals who were driving a vehicle show up on a steering wheel is not uncommon, correct?
That is correct.
But there were 3 individuals in the mixture, right?
That is correct.
And so everybody else that you had a sample for, including Samantha Josephson, was excluded from that mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's very likely Nathaniel Rowland, Maria Howard, and somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
I'd like to look for you to look over on page 26 at item 63. This is the swabs from the gear shift of the Chevy Impala. This was a mixture of 4, correct?
That is correct.
And under this proposition, it was approximately 390 billion times more likely that Samantha Josephson contributed to the DNA mixture than contributed to the DNA mixture and 3 other people versus it being 4 unidentified people?
It was 390 billion times more likely to see this DNA profile if that were the scenario, yes.
Okay. And 150 billion times more likely to see the scenario involving Nathaniel Rowland?
That is correct.
Maria Howard was only at a 27 times more likely in this scenario if it was her and 2 other unidentified people?
The DNA profile is approximately 27 times more likely if Maria Howard and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So statistically, you can't say that she's not there. She's just considered a weak support.
That is correct.
Okay. You did a proposition for Xavier McFadden, another known sample that you had,
Yes.
and you found that it was 4 times more likely if 4 unrelated people contributed to the mixture versus Xavier McFadden being in that mixture with 3 other people, right?
That is 4 times more likely to see this DNA profile if that's the case, yes.
And then you excluded Marcus Williams, Ashamar Williams, and Derod Fleming.
Yes, that is correct.
So there's still one profile that's on the gear shift of this car that we don't know who it belongs to, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you look at item 64 for me, please? It's on page 28, it's next page. The exterior door handle of the rear passenger side. That is a mixture of 3 individuals.
That is correct.
It's approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, the statistic always applies to the DNA profile occurring, so it is 140 quadrillion times more likely to see this profile if that is the case.
Yes, ma'am. You did the same thing for Mr. Rowland. It was 9,100 times more likely to see Nathaniel Rowland in that combination.
That is correct.
Maria Howard, it was approximately 2 times more likely that she would be in that scenario.
It's 2 times more likely to see the DNA profile, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Begging the court's indulgence. Okay, now please look over to item number 72. It is on page. Oh, I believe that's in your June report. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's a swab that was done from the rear passenger seat of the Chevy Impala.
That is correct.
It was presumptive for blood.
Yes, that is correct.
The profile that you developed was a combination of 2 individuals.
Yes,
Nathaniel Rowland is not one of those individuals.
that is correct. He is excluded.
And in fact, outside of Ms. Josephson's profile, you excluded every other individual you had a known sample from.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Ms. Josephson's profile mixed with somebody that we don't know.
Yes.
And can you look at item 76, please? Swab from the rear driver's side seat of the Chevy Impala. Mr. Rowland is not a contributor in that one either, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now this is going to take you back to the December report. I apologize for skipping around on you. talk about some of the items that were found over at the Mountain Brook address. And we'll start with item 104. And that would be on page 32 of your December report. So you did you received a swab from the serrated blade, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Rowland's profile is not on that blade, correct?
That is correct.
And there's a second swab that was turned into you, swabs from the inner edges of handles of camo-colored multi-tool, from the white plastic Family Dollar bag number 2.
Yes, that is correct.
That is a mixture of 3 individuals.
Yes.
Samantha Josephson has a strong support probability of being included.
The statistic associated with Samantha Josephson falls in our very strong support range.
Yes, ma'am. And that number that was assigned to that is 2.6 septillion.
That is correct.
And then you did the same setup for Mr. Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals versus it being 3 unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your result for that one was the DNA profile is approximately 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So there's a significant difference, wouldn't you agree, between 2.6 septillion and 49?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, and 49 is, on your verbal scale, you said considered weak.
Yes, that falls in our weak support range.
And you did there was an extra step with the YSTR profile development, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you had testified earlier about, a major contributor and a minor contributor. The major contributor, you said, leaves more DNA. There's more information for that individual's profile that's available. That's why it's considered major.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the minor is whatever's left?
For a 2-person mixture, it's whatever is left.
Okay. And the major contributor on item 104.2 for the YSTR profile is unidentified male individual B, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You said the minor contributor you're attributing to Nathaniel Rowland, right?
Yes.
But a little bit farther down, you say the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated male individual having a YSTR profile matching the minor contributor to this mixture is approximately 1 in 59.
Yes, that is correct.
Am I correct in saying that's 1 in every 59 people? Or men, 1 in every 59 men?
No, this is a statistic that is a counting method. And so we have a database that has a specific number of people, and basically each location of DNA is counted how many times it appears in that database, given the total amount of people, and then it is multiplied together through the product rule to get a final probability.
Okay. But you have him listed as a minor contributor, right?
That is correct.
All right. And again, the major is an unidentified male B.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you look at item 107.1, please? That is on page 36. This is a swab from the cuff of a black left-hand glove from inside of a Family Dollar bag, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
This particular swab has a mixture of 4 individuals. Right?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, each human being only has 1 DNA profile, so we're dealing with 4 different people.
Yes, that is correct.
So with this particular sample, you had a combination of Samantha Josephson and 3 unrelated individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when you considered whether or not that scenario was likely, the DNA profile is approximately 2.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if it was 4 unknown or unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
That is correct.
And you also testified that Mr. Rowland, Nathaniel Rowland's profile, it was possible 460,000 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland contributed in that same scenario?
Yes, to see that DNA profile.
And you did that same scenario for Maria Howard?
That is correct.
And hers was approximately 4 times more likely in the Maria Howard plus 3 unknown scenario?
Yes, that is correct.
And then everybody else that you had a known sample for was excluded, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So there's an unknown, unidentified person involved in this profile.
Yes, that is correct.
And you testified, I just want to back up for a second. When you get your swabs from serology, is there a picture or any sort of photograph of where they took the cutting from or anything like that?
I do not look at these pictures, but I think that it is in our protocol. I'm not actually 100% sure,
Okay.
but I know at times they take pictures and other times they do not.
Okay. But the swab for 107.1 is a swab from the cuff of a black left glove, right? Left-handed glove.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, now on that same page, item 108.1. Swab from the bottom crease on exterior of bag from item 108. And item 108 is a Family Dollar bag.
Yes,
Correct?
that is correct.
And this is a mixture of 2 individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In the scenario number 1, proposition set 1, Samantha Josephson plus an unidentified person contributing to the mixture, right?
Versus 2 unidentified unrelated individuals.
Yes.
Yes.
And you said it was approximately 3.9 septillion times more likely that this combination with Samantha Josephson and an unknown, 3.9 septillion times more likely than if it was 2 unknowns.
It was 3.9 septillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if the scenario involving Samantha Josephson occurred rather than if the scenario not including Samantha Josephson occurred.
And then Nathaniel Rowland is excluded.
That is correct.
So this combination on 108.1 is Samantha Josephson plus somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
Item 108.2, swab from the handles of the bag swab from handles of bag from item 108, which is identified as the white plastic Family Dollar bag, bag number 1, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Nathaniel Rowland is not a contributor to this mixture either.
That is correct.
And it's a mixture of 2 people.
Yes, that is correct.
You excluded every single person that you had a known sample for except Samantha Josephson, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So the proposition that it's a combination of Samantha Josephson plus an unknown, unrelated unidentified person versus it being 2 unidentified people, it's more likely, it's 3.5 septillion times more likely that it's Samantha Josephson plus 1 more.
It is 3.5 septillion times more likely to see the DNA profile if scenario 1 with Samantha Josephson is true than if scenario 2 occurred.
Yes, ma'am. And we know that Nathaniel Rowland is not that second person.
That is correct. He is excluded.
Item 108.3.1 on the bottom of that same page. Cuttings from 5 wads of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from item 108, correct?
That is correct.
A mixture originating from 3 people.
Yes, that is correct.
Proposition 1, Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. Versus versus 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to that mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's 56 million times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to that mixture versus it being 3 unidentified people.
The DNA profile is approximately 56 million times more likely if that occurs. Yes.
And you did the same scenario with Xavier McFadden, one of your known samples.
Yes.
And your conclusion for that combination was the DNA profile is approximately 32 times more likely if 3 unidentified, unrelated people contributed to the profile versus if it's Xavier McFadden and 2 unidentified people.
Yes, that is correct.
You did the same setup for Nathaniel Rowland.
Yes, that is correct.
And for him, the conclusion was the DNA profile is approximately 22 times more likely if it was 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the profile versus if it was Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified people.
Yes, that is correct.
It's more likely it's somebody else, in layman's terms.
That is correct.
And you were able to, or rule out, I should say, not going to say exclude, but rule out everybody that you had a known sample for, except for Marcus Williams as a possible contributor, correct?
I wouldn't use that wording.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put words into your mouth. You were not able to get a strong support likelihood for any other person that you had a known sample for with this scenario.
For inclusion?
Yes, ma'am.
That is correct.
Okay. And I apologize about I'm not a scientist. Will you look at 108.3.2, please? Cutting from, it's on page 42, cutting from 1 wad of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, the Family Dollar bag, bag number 1. This is a mixture of 3 people, 3 individuals in the profile, correct?
That is correct.
With the combination or the scenario of Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified individuals versus 3 unidentified individuals, your conclusion was that it is 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
It is 2.7 septillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
And you ran that same scenario for Nathaniel Rowland?
Yes.
And your results for that one were it's approximately 3 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct? Sorry, go ahead.
The DNA profile is approximately 3 times more likely if that is the case, yes.
And that is considered a weak support for inclusion, right?
Yes, the statistic falls in our weak support range.
Even with that weak support, isn't it true there's still a profile in this mixture that you were unable to include, you were not able to include any of the other known profiles to this mixture?
Yes, that is correct.
So there's an unidentified profile in this mixture?
Yes, that is correct.
Item 108.3.4. The swabs from the interior as submitted of glove marked A from the miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, which again is the Family Dollar bag, bag number 1, right?
That is correct.
Now Mr. Goldberg asked you, when you were explaining, you have a glove like this, sometimes when you get it, in a trash bag or something, you don't know which part is the inside or which part is the outside.
That is correct.
And that's why it's listed as submitted, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But isn't it true that, if this glove was sitting here on the ground and I just picked it up, throw it away, my DNA could get on that glove, right?
Yes, that is possible.
But on the glove that you got the swabs from, there are 3 individuals in the profile, right?
This is for item 108.3.4.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals.
Bear with me, I lost my place. Begging the court's indulgence. Okay. I apologize for that. I got lost in the report. So 108.3.4. Yes, ma'am. Glove marked A from miscellaneous contents. A mixture of 3 individuals, and under the proposition for glove A, Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a contributor.
Yes, that is correct.
But there's a mixture of 3 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
You excluded every other known sample that you had other than the possibility of Samantha Josephson being present, right?
Yes, that is correct.
108.3.5, glove marked B. Again, interior as submitted because y'all don't know, right?
That is correct.
Nathaniel Rowland's excluded.
Yes.
Every other known sample that you have other than Samantha Josephson is excluded.
Yes, that is correct.
But this is a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes.
So it's Samantha Josephson plus somebody that we don't know.
Yes, that is correct.
I want to go back to this glove for just a second. Now, assuming, because we don't know, if somebody has their hand, I ripped it, we'll try that again. If somebody were to put their hand in this glove, I apparently cannot get my hand in this glove. Let's imagine that somebody had their hand inside of a glove, right? You would assume that there's a possibility I'm going to leave my DNA inside of that glove, right?
Yes.
And if I happened to have somebody else's DNA on my hand, and I put my hand inside of that glove, there's a good chance I can leave that person's DNA inside of that glove too, right?
Yes, that is possible.
And that's an example of transfer DNA.
Yes,
The DNA was transferred to me, and I transferred it to somebody else.
that is correct.
All right, so can you please look at item 108.3.6, please? This is listed as swabs from the interior as submitted of glove marked C from miscellaneous contents removed from the Family Dollar bag 1, right?
That is correct.
This is a combination of 4 profiles,
Yes,
so 4 different people.
that is correct.
And Samantha Josephson, you put her, you had the scenario Samantha Josephson plus 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals.
That is correct.
And for that scenario, the DNA profile is approximately 2.3 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to that mixture, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's a pretty strong support that her profile is included in that mixture.
Yes,
And you did the same for Mr. Rowland, Nathaniel Rowland, correct?
That is correct.
And we have no conclusion on that, right?
That's correct. An uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Nathaniel Rowland as a possible contributor to this mixture under the listed propositions.
And Mr. Goldberg asked you if it was possible for, his DNA could be there. Is that possible? You just don't know statistically?
Yes, no conclusions can be made.
Isn't it also true that it's possible his DNA is not there?
Yes, that's possible.
Will you look at item 128.1.1, please? That's on page 48. That's the cuttings from towels from miscellaneous contents removed from the bags of item 128, the black trash bag from the trash can.
That is correct.
And you developed a profile of 2 people being included.
Yes.
Samantha Josephson, in her scenario, Ms. Josephson and 2 unrelated individuals. I'm sorry, Samantha Josephson and 1 unrelated individual, right?
That is correct.
Versus 2 unrelated individuals.
Yes.
And it's 3.9 septillion times more likely if the scenario involves Samantha Josephson and that 1 unrelated person.
The DNA profile is approximately 3.9 septillion times more likely if that is the case, yes. Rather than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, ma'am. And Nathaniel Rowland, when you put him in that scenario, he's excluded.
That is correct.
Along with everybody else you had known profiles for, correct?
That is correct.
So this combination is Samantha Josephson plus somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
Would you please look at item 128.2? Swabs from the open edge of the black trash bag and handles of 2 interior bags from items 128, which is the black bag that was inside the trash can. This is a mixture of 3 people, correct?
That is correct.
The first scenario you ran included Ms. Josephson and 2 unrelated people versus 3 unrelated people, right?
That is correct.
And it was 10 times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated people contributed to this particular profile.
It is 10 times more likely to see this DNA profile if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture rather than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So her profile is present, it's just not the strongest support. It's a weak support.
There
in this
is,
scenario.
yes, there is weak support for her possible inclusion.
And you ran the scenario with Maria Howard and 2 unidentified individuals versus it being 3 unidentified individuals, correct?
That is correct.
And for that scenario, it's approximately 12 billion more times likely if the combination was Maria Howard and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture than if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals, correct?
It is 12 billion times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
So Ms. Howard is 12 billion considered a strong support, medium support, or weak support?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
And you did the same scenario for Mr. Rowland, correct?
That is correct.
And for Mr. Rowland, when you were looking at him plus the 2 unidentified people versus the 3 unknowns, it was approximately 5 times more likely if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Mr. Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
It is 5 times more likely to see the DNA profile if that is the case.
Yes, ma'am. So it's more likely that it's 3 unknown people.
It is more likely to see this DNA profile if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture rather than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, ma'am. I swear we're almost done. Can you look at item 130.1.1, please? Those are cuttings from the left side hem area of the tan shirt that was removed from item 130, which is a Family Dollar bag, bag number 2, correct?
That is correct.
And you were able to develop a profile of 2 individuals, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the hem's at the bottom of the shirt, right?
From my understanding.
Okay, that's right. You didn't see the parent item. You just got the sample.
Yes, that is correct.
We have a profile of 2 individuals. So Samantha Josephson was put into the scenario.
Yes.
And when you compared the 2 hypotheses, it was determined that it's approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely that Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
It is 4.1 septillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case.
And you put Mr. Rowland's profile in that same scenario.
Yes, that is correct.
And the result that you came to as far as that scenario is that it's approximately 13 times more likely if it were 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals in this mixture versus if it was Nathaniel Rowland and 1 unidentified person, correct?
It is 13 times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
So it's more likely that Mr. Rowland is not a contributor to this particular scenario, this mixture of profiles.
According to the DNA profile, yes.
And can you look at item 130.1.2, please? That's the scraping from the neck area of the tan shirt, correct?
That is correct.
This is another one where it's a mixture of 5.
Not quite. This was a DNA profile that was developed, but due to the complexity of the profile and the inability to determine a number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
I apologize about that. I was looking at the wrong one. But anyway, you never did any further analysis because you couldn't determine how many people's profiles were present. Is that what that breaks down to?
Exactly.
And is it usually the situation when you have something like this, you can't determine how many? Is it typically more than 1?
Yes.
Typically more than 2?
No, that's not necessarily the case. It can be where you suspect that it's a mixture of 2 or anywhere above that.
Okay, but definitely more than 1.
Yes.
Okay. Will you look at item 130.2 for me, please? Those are swabs from the handles of item... that's not what that says. Swabs from the handles of item 130, which is the Family Dollar bag number 2.
That is correct.
On those handles, there's a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes.
The first scenario, you include Ms. Josephson's profile.
With an unidentified, unrelated individual.
Yes, ma'am. And you compare that to the profile of 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's approximately 1.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture of that profile versus it being 2 unrelated individuals, correct?
It is 1.7 septillion times more likely to see the DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And there were no other known profiles, known samples that you have that you could include as that second individual, right?
That is correct.
Would you please look at item 131.1.1.1? That's a cutting from the right cuff of a shirt. I believe Mr. Goldberg showed it to you. I would take it out, but I can't get gloves on. But that was the Nike sweatshirt that he had held up, black with white strings, correct?
From my memory, yes.
So for this particular item, the cutting from the right cuff, I think we might have skipped over it. There were 4 individual profiles identified in this sample, correct?
That is correct.
So you do the scenarios, you include Ms. Josephson's profile with 3 unidentified individuals versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And Ms. Josephson has what you would consider a very strong probability of being present in this particular mixture?
Yes, the statistic associated with Samantha Josephson is in our very strong support range.
You testified that Mr. Rowland had would you consider, a strong likelihood of being involved in this profile that you were able to develop?
The statistic associated with Nathaniel Rowland fell in our very strong support range.
Would it surprise you for somebody's DNA to be on an item of clothing that they owned? If John owned a shirt, would you expect to see John's DNA on a shirt?
Yes, if he'd worn it.
Okay.
Or handled it, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. And then you excluded everybody else that you had a known sample for, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So we have 4 profiles. We've got strong support for 2 profiles, Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland. So there's 2 unidentified profiles still showing up on this item, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And we don't know who they are.
That is correct.
Item 131.1.1.2. That's a swab from scraping the neck area of the same shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And this is the one I mistakenly was talking about a minute ago. This is the one that has 5 profiles.
That is correct.
Okay, so you could not do any more testing on it.
Yes, that is correct.
But we know there's at least 5.
Yes.
On item 131.1.2.1, cuttings from the left thigh area of the pants. That's a mixture of 3 different DNA profiles, correct?
That is correct.
So you start with Ms. Josephson, you create the scenario, it's Ms. Josephson and 2 unrelated individuals versus it being 3 unrelated individuals, correct?
That is correct.
And for that scenario, it's approximately 3.1 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
It is 3.1 septillion times more likely to see this DNA profile, if that's the case.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what's considered a very strong support.
Yes, that statistic falls in our very strong support range.
You included Mr. Rowland in that same scenario.
Yes, that is correct.
What would Mr. Rowland's likelihood be classified as?
The statistic associated with Nathaniel Rowland is 55, which falls in our weak support range.
So it's a weak support, you said?
That is correct.
And then you excluded everybody else that you had known samples for.
Yes, that is correct.
But we started out with a mixture of 3 profiles, so there's still 1 person that's unidentified from this mixture, right?
That is correct.
Item 131.2, the swab from the handles on item 131. That's a mixture of 2 individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You created the scenario including Maria Howard and Maria Howard and 1 unidentified individual versus it being 2 unrelated people.
Yes, that is correct.
And Ms. Howard's result would be what's considered a strong support, correct?
This statistic of 92 billion falls in our very strong support range.
But everybody else you had samples for, including Ms. Josephson, were excluded.
That is correct.
So the second profile is somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
And those were the handles on item 131, which is the Family Dollar bag, correct?
Yes.
And item 140.1, swabs from scrapings on the interior of the black beanie. You found a profile of 4 individuals.
That is correct.
You did the scenario for Miss Josephson, and it was 210,000 times more likely if it's Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture than if it's 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing, correct?
It is 210,000 times more likely to see this DNA profile if that's the case.
And that's considered a strong support, correct?
Yes, that falls in our strong support range.
And Mr. Rowland, Nathaniel Rowland, also has a strong support range at 11 octillion.
11 octillion falls in our very strong support range.
You would not be surprised to see Nathaniel Rowland's DNA in that beanie if he's worn it before, correct?
That is correct.
But we know there's 2 other profiles on the sample that you have.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were not able to include any other known sample that you've been provided, right?
That is correct.
All right, a few more items. If you go back towards the front of your report to item number 13, just want to touch on a few things. You mentioned testing hair. A number of different hairs were collected and submitted for testing, right?
That is correct.
Did these hairs have roots on them?
If the hair was taken through DNA analysis, then it had a suspected root on it.
So when you received the hair, were you doing a root test, or were you testing for some other type of DNA like blood or touch or something?
When we receive a hair, we look at it under a microscope and determine if there is a possible root. And if there is, we will send it forward to DNA analysis. And a root is just a skin cells from your head.
Okay. So if there's any hair that has testing done, then are you testifying that there was a root present?
I'm testifying that there was an apparent root present.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So if you please look at item 13. That's a hair that was from the right hand of Samantha Josephson.
That is correct.
And you were able to develop a profile off of this item, correct?
That is correct.
And it's a mixture of 2 individuals.
That is correct.
And Nathaniel Rowland is not one of those individuals.
That is correct.
And you were able to develop, there was no YSTR profile developed, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a hair that was in her hand. It has 2 profiles on it.
Yes.
Item 16 were the fingernail scrapings. 16.1 was the right hand fingernail scrapings for Ms. Josephson, correct?
That is correct.
Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is not under Samantha Josephson's right hand fingernails for the scrapings, correct?
For the STR profile, that is correct.
Yes, ma'am. For 16.2, Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is not under Ms. Josephson's fingernails.
That is correct.
For item 17, fingernail clippings from the right hand of Ms. Josephson, Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is not on the fingernail clippings, correct?
That is correct.
You did develop a YSTR profile, though,
That is correct.
but you couldn't determine the number of contributors to that profile,
That is correct.
so you couldn't do anything else with it.
Yes, that's correct.
On item 18, fingernail clippings from the left hand of Samantha Josephson. Mr. Rowland's DNA is not under those fingernails either, is he?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a contributor to the STR profile. That is correct.
Yes, ma'am. And under item 18, you were able to develop a YSTR profile.
Yes, that is correct.
You were able to break it into a major contributor and a minor contributor.
That I was able to determine a major contributor.
And that's unidentified male A.
That is correct.
And under, with item 18, there were 3 profiles developed, right? For the STR mixture, 3 different profiles?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you just testified that Nathaniel Rowland's not one of those profiles, correct?
That is correct.
So it would be Samantha Josephson and 2 unknown people.
Yes, that is correct.
And item 19, the swab from the left ankle of Ms. Josephson. There is a profile from Ms. Josephson present on her ankle,
That is correct.
which is to be expected.
Yes,
But there's also DNA that's not attributed to her that's also present.
that is correct.
You were not able to do any further testing as far as the STR testing, correct? I mean, the profile testing.
Yeah, no further interpretations could be offered.
Yes, ma'am. But you were able to develop a partial YSTR,
Yes, that is correct.
and that's a mixture of at least 3 male individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
But we have no other information that was available, and you were unable to do any further testing, correct?
Any further comparisons? That is correct.
And then swabs from the right ankle of Samantha Josephson, item 20. You don't indicate that Mr. Rowland's DNA is on her right ankle either.
That is correct.
Begging the court's indulgence. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Regarding item 104.2, that is the inner handle of the knife that I showed you earlier. Is that right?
That is correct.
You testified that you used 2 different methodologies to analyze that item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You used the StarMix methodology
Yes.
and the YSTR methodology.
Yes, that is correct.
Using the StarMix methodology, there was some level of support for inclusion of the defendant in that profile. Is that right?
Yes, to see this DNA profile is approximately 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And for the second methodology, the YSTR, there was also some level of support for Mr. Rowland's inclusion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if an item were to be swapped, such as a jacket, for example, and a profile was developed from said jacket, And your analysis excluded a person from being part of the profile. Okay? Does that mean that that person has never worn the jacket?
No, it does not necessarily mean that.
Does it mean they've never touched the jacket?
No, it does not necessarily mean that.
Does it mean they've never used it in any way whatsoever?
No.
Along those same lines, if I were to give you this jacket, or crime scene investigators, my jacket, and they were to swab it, and it was analyzed by you, would you automatically find my DNA from every swab that's taken from this jacket?
Not necessarily, no.
All right, there were questions about Ms. Josephson's fingernails and the items of evidence relating to her clippings and scrapings, correct?
That is correct.
I'll throw another hypothetical at you. If someone was wearing long sleeves and gloves, and another person tried to scratch them or hit them or touch them in some way over those clothes, can you say whether the presence of those long sleeves and gloves would increase or decrease the likelihood of seeing that person's DNA profile under those nails?
This scenario would not apply to a universal rule, but one of the things that does inhibit touch DNA is if you're wearing layers, you're less likely to shed your DNA than if you are have your skin exposed. However, multiple possibilities are always should always be accounted for.
Certainly. There's been a lot of big numbers thrown out here today. Septillion and octillion being two of them, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, Ms. Pinnock asked you about item 140, I believe. Your item 140. That was the parent item of the black beanie taken out of the Impala. Correct? I think you did some analysis on 140.1.
Yes, that is correct.
And this was the parent item that we talked about earlier, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And regarding your analysis of this item, what was your result again regarding Mr. Rowland's inclusion on that item?
Specifically for item 140.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The scenario 1 being Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus scenario 2 of it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 11 octillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
11 octillion.
That is correct.
How many zeros are there in octillion?
27.
There has been a lot of discussion this afternoon in this courtroom about unrelated, unidentified individuals, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Pinnock referred to them earlier when questioning you as loosely as other people, but we're actually talking about other DNA profiles, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And to that end, can you say whether all of those profiles, all of those unrelated, unidentified individuals, whether they were all left at the same time on an item?
No, I cannot tell that.
Or in a location?
No.
Could have been left 2 different times, correct?
Yes, that is
Could
correct.
it have been 50 different times?
Yes, that is possible.
1,000 times?
It is possible.
She asked you about, I believe it was 13 different items out of the vehicle, the Impala, and referenced unrelated, unidentified individuals regarding each one of those items. Those unidentified, unrelated individuals, could those profiles have come from any person that's ever come in contact with that vehicle at any time?
Yes, that is possible.
The driver, perhaps?
Yes.
Passenger?
Yes.
Could it be from a mechanic doing work on the car?
Yes, that's possible.
Body shop worker?
Yes.
Even an assembly line manufacturer when the car was originally made?
Yes, that's possible.
She also asked you the same thing in regards to a number of items collected from Mountain Brook in the trash, correct?
Yes.
Would the same be true for almost all of those items regarding clothing, correct? I'm sorry, I'll rephrase the question. I'll restate the question. Is it possible that any person that's ever come in contact with, say, clothing found in those trash bags could have left their DNA profile there?
That is correct.
Or anyone who's ever come in contact with the grocery bags found in that location?
Yes, that is possible.
To include sales clerks,
Yes, that is possible.
manufacturers.
Yes, that's possible.
Thank you. That's
No, thank you. Now we can get into a few more specifics. Now, you were talking about kind of the methodology that you use when you perform autopsies.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about pictures a moment ago and just how in-depth you kind of remove organs and how you kind of systematically go through that process, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, what I'll ask is this. With that methodology, you first said that you take pictures.
Yes.
Okay, and you detail, like you said, systematically the organs. And that's just the process that you go through in every autopsy.
Yes.
Why do you take pictures?
So the pictures are taken to document injuries. I think the old saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words, probably is accurate here. And and it's oftentimes easier to show someone something than it is to explain it by words. Now with the availability of digital photography and very good cameras and easy storage, we take the photographs that we would to explain what we see.
Did you have do you take x-rays?
Yes, sir, I do take x-rays. In this case, we took 13 x-rays.
Okay, well, and now we're going to focus on this case in just a moment, but you generally take x-rays as part of your process?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Now let's focus then. Let's get to it. So did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy on Samantha Josephson?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And the process that you talked about, that was what you followed as you performed that autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us, let's start with photographs. You said you normally take photographs. Did you do that here?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many photographs did you take?
170 photographs.
Okay. Why so many?
There were a lot of injuries.
Okay. And x-rays, I was just mentioning. Did you take x-rays?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many?
I took 13 x-rays.
Why is that?
So we take x-rays in the case of gunshot wounds as well as stab wounds. And so I had initially seen sharp force injuries, stab wounds. So that makes me think that I need to take x-rays in this case. And I'm looking for perhaps pieces of the knife that have broken off. When the knife hits bone, it will either bend or break. So many times.
So you're saying steel will bend or break if it hits a bone?
Yes, if there's enough force applied and the knife blade is not sturdy enough, it will bend, or else maybe the tip will break off. When the tip breaks off, we can match that to a weapon if we recover it.
Now, as Ms. Josephson was presented to you in March of 2019, what was her body weight and height?
Yes, she was 69 inches tall, and she's weighed 160 pounds.
All right. And you alluded to some of this a moment ago. When she presented you, what was it that you saw that grasped your immediate attention?
There were two things first. The first thing was that she had an extensive amount of insect activity on the surface of the body. And the second thing, pretty much at the same time, was that she had many stab wounds over the surfaces of the body.
Now, you talked a moment ago about, you said sharp force injuries.
Yes, sir.
Okay, explain to the jury how you characterize sharp force injuries.
So in the universe of injuries for forensic pathologists, things are either blunt force or sharp force. And sharp force injuries are broken down into two types. Incised wounds, which are wounds that are longer than they are deep. So these would be, some people might refer to them as a scratch or a cut. And then there are stab wounds, and the stab wounds are deeper than they are wide or long. So these are wounds that are where the knife has gone in, there's made a little cut in the skin, but the blade has gone deeper into the body. So
would some people call those puncture wounds?
Puncture wounds, yes. Stab wounds. So I won't know, when I first see a sharp force injury, I won't know whether it's classified as a stab wound or an incised wound until I probe the wound and see how deep it goes.
All right. And when you probe the wound, explain to the jury what you mean by probing a wound.
So I have a metal probe that it's like a thin piece of metal, and I put that into the wound, and I try to follow the path of the wound, and then and I mark the spot on the skin with my fingers by grasping it. And when I pull it out, I can then match it to a ruler, and I can see exactly how far the probe went in.
Now, again, you captured all of these things that you did by way of taking photographs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And would that assist you in explaining to the jury, what you observed and why, and your findings as a result of what you observed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'd like to first begin by showing you a series of pictures. And you talked about just kind of the methodology you use. As you performed this autopsy, did you, because of the number of stab wounds, as you mentioned, did you do them in groupings? Did you try to group them differently than you normally would?
Yes, sir. Once the number gets up around 100, it really makes the autopsy report and any description very bulky. So I try to group them where they're closely together and related. So yes, I'll group them into groups of 5 or 6 or 8 in a certain area.
And you mentioned the number 100. Were you able to count the number of stab wounds as you observed Ms. Josephson's body?
Yes, it's over 100. I think somewhere around 120. But gets to a point where it doesn't really add much to the report.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's, for purposes of just organization, I prefer to let's go head to toe.
Okay.
So that we can talk about some of these matters. I'm going to show you, and at this point I'll show them to you. You can, in my question to you, I'm just going to explain the process to make sure we're clear. Do not show these to the jury as I show them to you. I want you to tell me if you recognize them first, then we'll talk about them before we do any publishing of any pictures. Is that
I understand.
that process?
I understand.
All right. So, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness.
Just tell me.
They are states 347, states 346, states 342, and states 341.
Repeat that for me, please.
I'm sorry, 347, 346, 342, and 341.
Okay.
And Dr. Beaver, do you recognize these photographs? I do not. This one's true.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
Okay, so let's start, if you'll start with the photograph on top. Please refer to that exhibit number. Let's just talk about what you observed in that photograph.
Okay, so I'm looking at exhibit number 3, or is it 341? 341?
Yes, sir.
And it's a photo taken at autopsy. The body is in the supine position.
What does supine position mean?
Means face is up. Face is up in supine, and then prone, the face would be down. But she's laying on her back in this particular photograph.
Yes, sir.
And we're showing a close-up of the left side of her face. At the bottom of the frame is her left ear. Towards the left side of the frame is her chin. The eye and eyebrow are towards the upper right corner. And what we see in the center of the frame is her cheek. And on the cheek are a number of parallel cutaneous defects, which I would describe as abrasions. And they're abrasions that you would get if the body was dragged.
You used a term of art, cutaneous. What does cutaneous mean?
Cutaneous is just the skin. And
so you're seeing scratches on the skin is what you're suggesting?
yes, sir. I'm seeing scratches on the skin, and they're parallel scratches. So I think that the scratching surface that's scratching your skin is going in one direction, all going in one direction.
Okay, and that suggests the person's being dragged?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's look at, again, not publishing to the jury yet. Let's look at the next picture
So now I'm
import. Yeah, and explain again that exhibit number and tell us what you see in that picture.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at exhibit number 342. And this is another picture taken at the time of autopsy. Again, the body is in the supine position. It's a close-up photo, and it shows the right side of the head. To the extreme right lower corner is the right ear. Towards the left side of the frame is the top of the head. Towards the extreme upper right corner of the frame is the nose. And so in the center of the frame, we're looking at the right side of the forehead, the right eye, and right eyebrow.
All right. And so what is it of, did you notice any defects to Ms. Josephson in those pictures?
Oh, yes, sir. There's many.
Now, explain to the jury another term of art what a defect is.
So a defect would be anything done to the skin that is not part of a normal process. So if I cut myself shaving, that would be a defect that I created. So it can be an abrasion from a rubbing on the skin. It could be a stab wound. It could be a bruise. It could be a burn. So a defect is a very generic term for a number of different injuries that might have occurred to the skin.
So explain to the jury the defects, just without the picture, without the visual, but you can point to yourself if that will help at the moment, the defects that you observed when you performed this autopsy on Ms. Josephson, based on State's Exhibit number 342.
Yes, so she has bruising over the forehead and the right side of her face. She has a stab wound in the eyebrow. She has a number of other stab wounds on the right side of the face.
Now, may I interrupt you for a moment? You said a stab wound to the eyebrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a moment ago you mentioned you take x-rays, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons you take those, as you said, was to see if there may be damage to a weapon or to a knife?
Yes, sir. This is the primary reason. When I saw these stab wounds to the head, the skull is a very hard bone, very thick, and stabbing the skull frequently results in the knife bending or breaking. And so it immediately alerted me to take x-rays because we might have a piece of the knife actually embedded in the skull.
Thank you, sir. Please continue.
So I find that she also has an abrasion on the corner of the eye, and as I said, some bruising. The right eye is somewhat collapsed, and that's probably from some trauma to it. And then there's hemorrhaging to the periorbital tissues, the tissues around the eye. She's got a black eye, basically.
Now let's talk about that word you just mentioned just there, hemorrhaging. Is there a way to determine if wounds take place if a person is living or post-mortem when they're dead?
Yes, sir.
Okay, explain that, and extravasated, I believe, is the term that's used often. But explain those terms to the hemorrhaging versus extravasated to the jury, if you would, please.
Sure. So hemorrhage is an active process, and it requires a blood pressure. So when the person's alive, their heart's beating, they have a blood pressure. So all the blood vessels in the body are under a pressure, and the blood flows. Extravasated means that the blood has drained out of the blood vessel. So if we cut, say, a blood vessel and there's no blood pressure, blood will still drip out of it, but it's not under any kind of force. There is no hemorrhage going on. But if the person's got a blood pressure and you cut the blood vessel, then the blood will squirt out. It will be forcefully expelled from the blood vessel by the blood pressure. So it would kind of be like if you had a hose and the water was turned off and you cut the hose, you would expect a few drops of water to come out of the cut, but it wouldn't be much. If the hose was turned on and you cut it, then you would expect the water to come out forcefully. That's the difference between extravasated and hemorrhage.
All right. And so in this case, you said hemorrhaging?
Yes, sir. She has hemorrhage.
Okay. So which suggests she was alive when these wounds were inflicted?
Yes, sir.
All right. So please continue as you were describing State's Exhibit number 342.
There are also some wounds in the hair that we can see. And when I saw these wounds, I felt around in the hair. She has thick hair, and I could feel other wounds. So at that point, I know I'm going to have to remove some of the hair to get a good look at the wounds.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you removed the hair, explain to the jury what you saw, just verbally. Explain what you saw.
So behind, on the right side of the head, behind and kind of above the right ear, there were multiple stab wounds.
Did you see anything else of interest in State's 342 that you need to explain to the jury verbally?
No, sir, I think that's all.
Okay. Now let's turn to the next exhibit. Tell us again, just identify it, do not publish that to the jury at the moment. What's the next picture you have in front of you?
Yes, sir, I'm looking now at 346.
So State's 346. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us what you see there.
Okay. It's another picture taken at the time of autopsy. And again, she's in the supine position. This is not as close up as the other photos. And at the top of the picture is the case number that we put in the photos, and it's the unique identifier that we try to get in all the pictures. The photo itself shows the top of her head to the left side of the frame, and her right shoulder at the extreme right lower corner. The number placard partially obscures her face, but in the center of the photo we can see her right ear and part of the right side of her head. We can see the area that I shaved off the hair, so we could look at the injuries there. We also see a number of injuries to the right side of the neck. Also in this picture behind the right ear, I've placed a letter, an adhesive letter, that's part of how we keep track of the wounds.
What letter is on there?
It's letter L.
Okay. And what does that signify, the letter L in this case?
So far I've gotten to the letter L. So I start at A. I have a sheet of these letters, and I just peel and stick them. It's just a peel and stick thing, and I will stick them on where the wounds are.
Okay.
And so
Sequentially, if you went, I guess that's probably numerically, you went A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
L.
So this is the L stab wound is what we're speaking about.
Yes, we're on L now. At this particular photograph shows us the L that I put there. And all the wounds either got their own individual letter or the grouping of wounds got a letter, and then it was photographed. And that's so that if somebody wants to talk about these wounds, they can say, well, I'm talking about letter L. And then we can all look at the picture and know that this is the wound. Also in this picture is a probe. Part of what I mentioned before about determining the depth of the wound is place a probe in the wound, and then that way we were able to tell the depth of this wound and its approximate path.
Can you show the jury on yourself? Can you point to the area on yourself where that probe was placed?
Yes, it's right kind of below and behind the ear, right here.
Okay.
I don't know if that's...
So if the record could reflect that Dr. Bieber's pointing behind his left ear, kind of where the skull and the neckline meet, is that correct? Yes. And did you measure that probe at some point?
Yes.
Okay, how deep was that wound?
I'd have to look at my report, but I believe it was about 4 centimeters.
Okay. Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would it help your recollection to take a look at that?
Yes, it would.
Please.
It probes to a depth of 3.6 centimeters.
Okay. Can you show us just kind of with your fingers about what 3.6 centimeters is?
Yes, sir. I think it's about that far.
All right. And what type of damage would a wound that goes 3.6 centimeters, excuse me, did you say centimeters?
Centimeters, yes,
centimeters into the area that you just showed, what type of effect could that have based on your medical experience?
Yes, it can go into the skull and into the brain, and that would be a serious wound.
Okay. Life-threatening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any additional things that you'd like to point out as it relates to States 346 at this point?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, if you'll take a look at, I believe that's States 347 with the same instructions, just take a look at it and tell us verbally what you see.
Yes, sir. I'm looking now at 347.
Okay.
And this is a picture, again, taken at autopsy, very similar to the last one, showing the right side of her head and neck. Towards the top of this frame is her nose. Towards the left side is the top of her head. Towards the right side is her the base of her neck. And what I'm doing in this photograph is I'm holding the ear forward so we can see behind the ear. There is a stab wound that actually goes through the ear and then ends up going into the skin behind the ear. And so to demonstrate that, I've pulled the skin forward. We can see the L that I said previously that designates this wound, actually another wound. The ones behind the ear are different. But that's what we're seeing here. And we also see the stab wounds to her neck.
Court's indulgence. State's Exhibits 341, 342, 346, and 347 admitted in evidence at this time.
They're marked for identification at this time.
And I'd like to have them entered into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
They're identification only at this time.
Yes, sir. And did you take these photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were they taken in a normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let's look at, let's talk a little bit more after we talk about the neck and the head. Let's talk about the torso next. So I'm going to hand you just a series of pictures at this point in time, and I'll show you exactly which ones these ones are. All right, I'm going to hand you
You published the photographs that are in evidence. The exhibit numbers are.
Thank you. The exhibit number, I'm going to show you, Your Honor, Dr. Beaver, states number 343, states number 344, states number 349, states number 350, states number 351, states number 352, states number 353, states number 354, states number 355, states number 356, and states number 357.
They are in evidence.
I'd like to hand you these ones. All right, so let's start with the torso, if you would. Parse through those, take a look at those, and let's take the pictures of the torso out first. And let's talk about what you observed in the torso.
Okay.
All right. So which number do you have in front of you, sir?
So I'm going to start with states 356, I believe it is.
All right. Can the witness step down here?
Yes.
All right. You can sit down so we can talk to the jury. And you can bring that photo with you. Now, looking at states 356. All right. Explain to the jury. Let's turn this way so you're facing the court reporter, and I'll hold it to. Tell the jury what you're seeing here.
So this is a photo taken at the time of autopsy.
Now, we'll have to rotate around a little bit. We may need to pause so each juror can see.
And the bottom is our placard. This is the placard I was talking about earlier, 275 sort of number. Then we're looking at her back, and now she's rolled up on her side. So, so we're looking at the left side, that's being her left arm at the top, and her right shoulder at the bottom. And we have cleaned her up. So we washed off blood and things like that might have obscured the injuries. But we still see a lot of these, this sort of the skin is sort of abraded off. And these yellow, sort of yellow waxy looking things, that's all insect activity. So that's from ant, and this specific insects are ants in this case. So ants have taken and started to kind of take off the superficial layers of her skin, but there are also injuries here. And so we can see a stab wound here, a stab wound here, and a stab wound here, and a stab wound here. So she has a number of stab wounds on what I would call the flank area. So in this area of her back. These wounds, one of these goes actually into the lung, but then the other ones don't penetrate any internal organs. They go superficially, centimeter or two, but not into an internal organ. But the main thing is the insect activity. It's something to see there.
You're gonna have to see that. We're gonna do this with each of the photos.
Okay.
Would you like this? Yes, sir. Yeah, so take a look at the next torso photo that you'd like to take a look at.
I think, yes, I think this is, most of the rest are not torso, so I think this is the next one.
All right, well, tell us what we're looking at if you'll show us, and tell us what exhibit you're looking at and tell them.
So I am looking at 352, states 352, and this is a photo. This time the body is laying on its back, it's supine. So she's laying on the table back. We've got the placard in here with her identifier, and we're looking at the abdomen here, and her hand is kind of resting up on the abdomen. So we can see here some of that insect activity again on her wrist. So the ants in this case have done that. Then we can see the knuckles of her hand. She has a little defect right there on that knuckle, which it's indicative of some type of blow, perhaps. And then she has a little bit of discoloration in the knuckles, contusion, maybe.
And if we can step around this way so that
Okay, so we have some swelling in the knuckles, maybe some discoloration, and we have this little defect here. And then the rest of her torso looks okay to me. And then indication of insect activity on her wrist.
If you could take the next photo in the order that you'd like to go through, it's fine.
Sure, I think we'll just start here. So this one is 343.
Okay, so states 343. All right.
So here we're looking at the arm, and so first we have the insect activity I've been talking about, and then we have two wounds here and here. So superficial wounds where her arm came in contact with a knife or sharp instrument, cut there, and so this is the back of the left arm. So it'd be this area here. You can see her elbow here, and there's another injury here. So this 1, 2, 3 injuries on that arm. And the yellow waxy material is post-mortem from ants.
And let's take a look at the next photo.
So now states 349.
States 349. Okay, explain to the jury what we're looking at here.
So this is the right shoulder and part of the right neck. So she's laying on her back, and the right shoulder is here in the center. Up to the far right corner of the frame is her right ear and some of the injuries on her right neck. But
I'm going to come around you so we can make sure the jurors are able to see it.
So what we have are multiple stab wounds in this small area. So in forensic pathology, we like to think of things that are close together in space are close together in time. So these injuries would be from rapidly inflicting stab wounds because they're all very close together. Some of them are overlapping. And there's a couple in here that caught my attention almost immediately, and they're parallel. They're two parallel cuts. And we will see others like that. And that, to me, I said, that's unique. It's very difficult to put wounds exactly spaced apart and exactly parallel. And so it made me think that we were dealing with an odd weapon and that we would be able to identify this weapon. So, so this is the first real kind of clue I started thinking about, is when I saw that right there.
Yes, sir.
And that made me start to think about the type of weapon being perhaps not just generic knife, but maybe now something unique. So she has other wounds in her neck here, but again, these are all grouped together, and I would group this as a single grouping of wounds because they're all in the same area, they're all about the same size, and they go into the musculature. They're not going to be fatal in and of themselves with medical treatment. They're not going to be lethal.
Now, if you look again at State's Exhibit number 349 that we've been referring to, are you able to see any defects to her ear there?
Yes, sir. So this one at the far right, you can see there's a defect in the ear here. That's a stab wound that actually goes through the ear and into the neck from behind the ear. And we were talking about a photo earlier where I tipped the ear forward, and that was to see what that actually went through the ear.
Which exhibit number is that?
349, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Through the dealers. In the same process, what exhibit are we looking at?
Yes, sir. This one is 344.
All right, 344. I'll hold that.
So here we're looking at the body again laying on the back. This time we're looking at the left arm. So we have the left arm and hand here. And the placard's in here. The arm is running across the frame and towards the bottom of the frame. And we can see the insect activity here, but she also has two small wounds on the forearm, and there's some hemorrhage into the soft tissues of the arm. Again, the wound's not lethal, but it just shows the level of activity.
Look at the next photo, please, sir.
Yes.
So this, we're looking at States number 350, 350. That's it, right, you again.
So this wound, this photo, excuse me, you can see the peel and stick thing that I was talking about earlier, and the placard is at the bottom. She is lying on her back on the table, and we're looking at the right arm here. You can see one of the wounds that was up on the right shoulder, or in the grouping of the right shoulder right here. It's not a good angle photographically, so you can just see the discoloration of the skin. And then you see two parallel wounds in the elbow. So that to me, that was starting to, again, I'm starting to think about, at the time of the autopsy, I'm thinking, these two parallel wounds to be that close together and parallel like that is very unusual, and it's going to mean something. I just need to figure it out. And then you can see her torso here. I don't see much there. Her hand would be off the frame to the bottom.
Thank you, sir. Let's grab that next exhibit, if you would, please.
Can we do this one?
Yes, sir. What number is that?
This is number 357. 357. So this photo, we're looking at the foot, and it's the right foot, and she's laying on her back, and there are some stab wounds here. And here we see really well that 2 parallel stab wounds that I was talking about. And when I probe these wounds, they run exactly parallel as well. So it's not like the knife went this way or this way, they're parallel in every respect. And so that's unique. And here I got the sense that there might be 1 and then 2, but the knife didn't go very deep. So now I'm looking at this really being some type of a unique weapon. And go.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anything else you'd like to discuss?
There's hemorrhage. You can see some pinkish discoloration around the wound, and that is hemorrhage. So we know she's got a blood pressure at this point, and blood is being forced out into the skin around the wound once the blood vessels are cut.
Thank you, sir.
$355. So now we're going to look at the right hand. So placards at the top. She's laying on her back. We're looking at the right arm. To the far right of the frame is about where her elbow starts, or and then to the right of the frame are the tips of her fingers. And we're looking at this wound on the palm of her hand. So this is 2 parallel stab wounds. Small, exactly parallel, and they probe all the way through the hand. And they go side by side all the way through the hand. So and there's hemorrhage around, so you know she has blood pressure at this point. So there's a couple things to take away from this. First of all, it's a defensive type injury. You're being attacked with a knife, you put your hand up to try to reflexively block that attack. And the knife goes through your hand. That's what happened here. And both of those wounds are parallel. They're the same kind of parallel, close together stab wounds that we saw on the foot and the shoulder. And here they're really it's a really good demonstration. So I took another photograph closer up.
All right. Would you get that one, please? Thank you. And would it help if I hold both of those side by side?
Yes, sir.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit number 354 and 355.
So I took a closer picture of the palm of the hand. We're looking at the palm of the right hand again. Towards the top would be her wrist, towards the bottom, tips of her fingers. And these wounds are exactly 2 little cuts that are parallel to each other. And they're a set distance apart. Doesn't vary. And they go all the way through the hand. So this wound is what you would expect for someone trying to defend themselves from a stab, and the knife hits them. But in this case, the knife is unique because it's got these 2 blades. It would have to have 2 blades or 2 pieces to the blade that would be parallel. And so at this point, I knew we would find, if we could find the knife, we could match it up with this wound, because there's just, and I actually went to Google and I looked at about 1,000 pictures of knives, and I couldn't find any knife that was like this, that had those kinds of parallel blades. So, look at the next one.
Yes, sir.
So, we're going to look at 353.
Yes, sir.
353. So 353 is the right hand again. This time we're looking at the back of the right hand. So remember I said that the wounds to the palm went all the way through and came out the back. And so now we're looking at where it comes out in the back. And again, there are two parallel wounds side by side. And so coming out like that, it would have to be two parallel blades. So we have the hemorrhage around it, so she has a blood pressure, and the wounds are exactly parallel, and they're that set distance apart. So that would take some kind of a unique instrument to do that.
Are there all of those match photos?
I think I have one more.
Okay.
Yes. This is 351. So here is the left arm, and it shows us the insect activity. Sometimes based on the positioning of the body and what the insects have access to can tell us something. So sometimes if a body is moved from one place to another, if the insects get on the body at one place and do damage some skin, and then the body is moved to another place where the insects don't have access, that can help us to piece together what happened. So that's why this photo was taken. There aren't any real significant injuries here, just the hand activity. So that's the left arm. So the pattern here is that all injuries are occurring on the right side of her body, right shoulder, right side of her face and neck, down this right hand, left arm relatively spare.
Can you offer an opinion as to what would happen for those major injuries to take place on the right side of one's body?
That would be the side exposed to the attack.
Could I see the jury box, if you would, please? Now, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked. It states exhibit number 294. Would you like to bear those?
Yes, sir. Here.
I'm sorry. States exhibit number 295. I'm handing you now what's states exhibit number 295. You referenced multiple times. Well, tell us what you're seeing with that interests you as you look at this.
This knife has two blades, and they are relatively parallel. They are bent at the tip, and they're the size appropriate for the wounds that I saw. This is the weapon.
And as you look at this, based on your 29 years as a forensic pathologist, do you have an opinion of that weapon and the injuries that Samantha Josephson sustained?
Yes, the parallel cuts are made by this.
Now, did you see, may I have state number 225 back, please? Did you see some singular stab wounds as well?
Yes, and many, in fact, the majority of the stab wounds were singular stab wounds.
Let me hand that to you.
So,
Please speak to the jury.
yes, sir. So once this is pulled apart like this, now it's a single-bladed weapon. So that's one of the things that was confusing me at the autopsy was I thought there must be two weapons because there was the parallel blade ones and then there were the single ones. So I thought it's unusual to have two weapons. But now I think it's explained to my satisfaction that this is the knife in this conformation would make the parallel wounds that I saw, and then if it's in this conformation, it could then make the single stab wounds.
Thank you, sir. Now, as you perform this all the time, well, I'll scratch that question. How much blood does a human body only contain?
It's about 4 or 5 liters.
4 or 5 liters?
Yes, sir.
And so in U.S. metrics and American metrics, what is that?
It's probably close to a gallon.
Okay. And so as you performed the autopsy on Miss Josephson, how much blood was found in her body?
It was not a lot. I found 20 milliliters in the pleural cavity, right pleural cavity, and really we had difficulty obtaining the blood that we used for toxicology.
All right. And so 20 milliliters is about how much, if you could, again in layman's terms, tell us what 20 milliliters looks like?
Maybe an eighth of a cup.
Okay. So about this much?
Yes, yeah, a couple tablespoons, maybe 3.
So based on the wounds that you saw and the fact that about 5 liters of blood should be in a human body,
yes,
where
sir.
would you expect the blood to be found in this type of activity, in this type of case?
She's going to bleed out.
She's going to bleed out, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And one of the neck wounds involves the carotid artery and the jugular vein.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't talked about it much, but that wound would produce a lot of blood flow.
Okay. And you'd expect to find that blood where?
Wherever it took place, wherever these wounds were inflicted, the blood would come out immediately, just like the hose analogy.
All right. Now you mentioned the neck wounds and the jugular vein. Is there something called a hyoid bone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk to the jury about the hyoid bone and what you observed with that.
Yes, sir. For forensic pathologists, the hyoid bone has a great significance. It's a little horseshoe-shaped bone. Literally, it would fit inside my hand right here, and it sits up high in the neck. Which is,
and so, if you'll just show us,
sure.
Yeah,
it sits up high in the neck.
Yes, sir.
And it's hooked to the back of the tongue and to part of the larynx. And it's a free-floating bone. It doesn't articulate with anything. It's not like an elbow or something. It's hinged by muscle. So there's muscle of the tongue on one side of it, muscle on the throat on the other side of it. So, and for us, it's the sine qua non, and that which names, of manual strangulation. So if you strangle somebody, you put your hands on their neck and you squeeze, that will fracture the hyoid bone. So when we see a fractured hyoid bone, it is manual strangulation until proven otherwise. The bone, because it sits so high up in the neck, punches and blows to the neck don't affect it. Because it's mobile and it's attached to muscle, again, blows to the neck generally don't affect it. You have to get that squeezing motion to fracture it. So, she had a defect in her hyoid bone on the right side. In her case, though, I'm not of the opinion that it's a strangulation. I think it came from one of the stab wounds to her neck. The knife actually got up high enough to sever the hyoid bone.
So it's your suggestion that State's Exhibit number 295, this knife would have gotten high enough to sever that bone?
Yes, sir. And so it doesn't say for us that, for me, it doesn't say absolutely. I couldn't tell you absolutely there was no manual strangulation involved, but I can tell you I would favor that it was done by a knife, by the stab wound. But it would be high to do because that bone is relatively protected. Even in ligature, when we see a ligature strangulation or someone committing suicide with a ligature,
what is a ligature? I'm sorry. Explain what a ligature is.
Oh, so if we put a rope around the neck,
right,
very common way people commit suicide, common way for people to attack each other. And even then, you don't see fractured hyoid bone because the ligature, the rope, or the wire, or the foam cord slips up over the bone or slips up underneath the bone, but it doesn't get the hyoid bone. So hyoid bone for forensic pathologist is manual strangulation until proven otherwise.
All right. And so here you said there was a severed jugular?
Yes, and carotid artery as well.
All right. And so based on your 29 years as a forensic pathologist, are those wounds lethal wounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when we talk about the types of lethal wounds that you saw, we talked about an injury to the brain.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about the injuries to the hyoid bone.
Yes, sir.
And the jugular. Any or both of those could be considered lethal wounds?
Yes.
Okay. And the wounds that you saw consistent with stage number 295, the knife you talked about, do you have an opinion right now that you can tell this jury of what caused Samantha Josephson's death?
Yes. Multiple stab wounds. I made the cause of death multiple stab wounds.
Court's indulgent, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, we're going to have you go to the jury room for a break now. Please do not discuss the case. All right, welcome back. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to show you Dr. Deaver State's Exhibits number 347 and State's Exhibit number 341. If you take a look at those, please. We discussed them briefly, but I want you to take a look at those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are those familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
And those, again, are pictures from the autopsy that were taken that you performed?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to have those two exhibits entered into evidence, Your Honor.
They are in evidence.
Thank you. Can the witness step down, please?
Yes.
And Dr. Beaver, first I'm going to show you what's been marked. The State's Exhibit number 341. As we talked about your testimony earlier, will you explain to the jury the significance of this photograph and what that helped you ascertain?
So the first thing that I didn't mention before, but it's a good
Louder,
thing.
please.
So I didn't mention this before, but it's a good thing this reminds me. Insect larvae are here. So that's what those are. And so flies will come to the body almost immediately within a matter of minutes. They lay their eggs and the eggs hatch. And that's what you're seeing there. It takes a few hours for the eggs to hatch. So these are the marks on the side of her face that I was talking about earlier. They're parallel, and remember they're yellow and kind of waxy looking, so they're post-mortem. There's no blood pressure to cause these to hemorrhage. They're occurring in the post-mortem interval. And because of their parallel like this, pretty much all running the same direction, that makes me think that there's a surface there that's now scraping across her skin. So to me, this means that the body has been moved in the post-mortem interval. Somebody's moved the body after death. And it also tells me a little bit about the insect activity too.
Thank you, sir. Now next I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 347.
So
explain to the jury what that is and the significance of that photograph, please.
So we talked about the photograph with the letter L in it before, and it's showing the right side of her head and right side of her neck. And here I talked about the stab wounds to the ear on the other side, and here I folded up the ear so we could see behind it. And you can see again the two parallel lines of where the stab went through the ear and then went into the neck. This is not a fatal wound. These two parallel wounds are not fatal, but they're of interest because it's helping us to identify the weapon. This, you can see some of the insect larvae are in her hair, and then there are some wounds here. This wound here goes into the skull and the brain, as does this one. Also, this wound here is somewhat unusual in that it has what we call a dog leg. Dog leg just means like an angle, and what it means is that the knife, either the knife or the body, they have turned relative with the blade in place. So if you stab this person and then you twist the knife, or they move their head, you can create this dog leg type of situation. So I know that and here I believe that the blade hit the skull and then was deflected, and that's what created this dog leg. Skull is very dense bone, has 2 tables, so there's like 2 layers of bone, and this would be a place where that would happen. The wounds on her neck, you can see them here. What's interesting of these wounds is that you can see that how they're kind of squared off at the back. This is a straight line, and it's sort of a V at this edge. So here, squared off V. These two don't show it as well, but that helps me to tell this is a single-edged knife, so it's not a double-edged weapon, and that the heel of the knife, the flat part of the top, is here, and the cutting edge is there. So it orients the knife relative to the body.
So Dr. Beaver, as I hand to you again, State's Exhibit number 225, I'm going to give you these gloves if you like. Holding State's Exhibit number 225, that to you. That weapon, as you compare it to the actual sharp force injuries that Ms. Josephson sustained, tell us what your opinion is.
So this knife has the 2 parallel blades, and it would be stabbed like this. So this knife fits. These are single stab wounds, so the knife would have to be like this for these. And it has a flat part here, so the flat part would be like this. This one has a flat part too. This has a more serrated edge to it, and that leaves distinctive markings on the edge of the wound sometimes. I don't want to get into it, but I think this might be where this part of the saw blade was used, but it's too hard to say for sure.
Thank you, sir. Turn to the witness stand if you would, please.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to show you what's, we talked about this briefly, State's Exhibit number 352. May I hand that back to you, sir? And just reorient yourself with that picture, if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in your 29 years as a pathologist, again, some 10,000 or so autopsies that you've done, do you always find DNA under fingernails?
No, sir.
Let's talk about that just a little bit with State's Exhibit that I just handed you. What is it that you do during an autopsy when you photograph fingernails?
So during the autopsy, we use the autopsy as a means to collect evidence. So we clip the fingernails and place those into an envelope, and then that is turned over to law enforcement for analysis. So we take each fingernail and we have a clipper and we clip them. And then we put the clipper in with the fingernails. So they've got the clipper as well as the fingernails. In my experience, the DNA is hit and miss. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. And there are so many places in which it can be, the specimen can be compromised. The first is that you don't get, the person doesn't have any DNA under their fingernails. They didn't scratch anything or they didn't get the material.
That's good with his expertise.
Response.
Your Honor, he's a forensic pathologist. He's been doing this 29 years. He's examined over 10,000 bodies. And Judge, he's got an opinion as to why DNA wouldn't, if a person is doesn't have DNA under their fingernails, he's giving a reason why that would not happen based on his experience.
He hasn't been qualified in that area. He has sustained the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you talked about reasons here or there. You clip fingernails, you turn them over to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and once you've done those things, at that point in time, again, after you photograph the fingernails, do you do anything particular after that? Did you observe anything particular of her hands that were of interest to you and her nails?
She had injuries to her hands. Also, I don't think her nails were very long. As I recall, they weren't long. They were fairly short. So I don't know if that affects the recovery of DNA.
And so as we wrap up, you gave an opinion as to the cause of death here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The cause of death here is what?
Multiple stab wounds.
Okay. And the blade that actually inflicted those stab wounds was what?
It's the tool you showed me with the parallel knife blades.
States Exhibit number 295?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all my questions at this time.
Mr. Rowland, during my time on the bench, I have presided over many murder trials, and they typically involve shootings. And with what seems to be an epidemic of criminal activity now, on a monthly basis, we encounter people accused of murder, people convicted of murder. This is the first time, however, that I've presided over a case where a victim was stabbed 120 times. The last case I participated in, where a victim was stabbed and tortured, resulted in a jury imposing the death penalty, which in this state is defined as murder accompanied by aggravating circumstances. And certainly a kidnapping is an aggravated circumstance. And I hear a lot of mothers tell me what a good child their child is. And quite often I have to unfortunately tell those same mothers and fathers that your child was a good child. But that's when he was a child. And my heart goes out to the Rowland family, as well as the Josephson's family. My heart goes out to someone from the same part of the state that I am from. You know, you participate in sports, and at East Clarendon, I presume you've played basketball against C.E. Murray, did you? My high school. So I take no joy whatsoever. When I looked at the map that was shown to the jury, the telephone towers, when the officer or witness testified that there's another tower over here, the map showed that that tower is in King Street, where my chambers are. So this is painful, but not nearly as painful as the suffering by the Josephson family. Is there anything you would like to say?
Your Honor, I know I'm innocent. But I guess what I know and what I think really doesn't matter. I just wish the state would have done more in finding out who the actual person was, instead of being satisfied with detaining me and proving my guilt. I feel like if they would have done further research in certain areas, that's all I know.
And I've sentenced a number of murderers, many of whom have confessed, and I asked them, tell me about the murder. Tell me about the time you pulled the trigger. And I have yet to have one who could go back there. Everyone, each of them, have blotted the whole thing out of their mind as if it never occurred. And they can't take their mind back there sufficient to tell me. And I imagine they live in torment the rest of their days because they can't. The evidence in this case was, I chose the word an avalanche of evidence, and now I've seen it repeated a few times. I've heard it repeated. But the evidence in this case was so overwhelming. The law enforcement in this case did the best job of investigating a case that I have seen over the past 30 or 40 years. Every law enforcement officer that was available participated, apparently, in working in this case. And if there were 1,000 roads, each road led to you. There's 1,000 trails, each trail led to you. All of the evidence, every speck of the evidence, not simply beyond a reasonable doubt, but as high a standard as the law requires, all points to your guilt. And I am absolutely satisfied. I can certainly understand the family being in total disbelief that the child that they raised could do such a heinous thing, could commit such a murder. And I have dealt with the heartless, and you fall into that category. A person without any remorse whatsoever. A person who is totally emotionless, and in the law we call it a depraved heart. And it would be absolutely astonishing, amazing to me for the truth to be that you have engaged in this activity all of a sudden, that there are not signs that your family can point to, that your friends can point to, where if some intervention had taken place, this young lady would have been protected. I don't know that. But as much as your mom feels in the bottom of her soul or pit of her stomach about you, I feel that same thing based on my experience and based on my observing you and witnessing the evidence in this case. So I want to thank the jury for your focus on this case. I noticed that you all were totally engaged and tuned. Thank you very much on behalf of the citizens of Richland County and the citizens of the state of South Carolina. And South Carolina is a wonderful state, a lovely place, and people from all over the country, particularly the Northeast, choose South Carolina because of its beauty and charm and people, and Columbia for all of the same reasons, because we live in such a wonderful state, such a diverse state, where there are opportunities for everyone, and certainly opportunities for you. And for you to have attended South Carolina State University, if your parents have given you as much as they gave you, and for you then, your life story to end right here at this point in time. Of course, your life story doesn't end, but this is certainly a stop along the way. It is a tragedy. And whatever tragedy that causes these demons to reside within your soul and spirit, I don't know. Maybe at one point in time, since this is not a death penalty case, they can be exorcised out of you. Mr. Goldberg made his closing argument and talked about, in the end, the consequences that would have had to exist in order for this not to be you. That someone would have had to steal your car, steal your car keys, kidnap Samantha, kill her with your tool, then bury her in your home territory, then miraculously get the car back to you in time for you to go to the ATM in Sumter and here in Columbia. Then turn over your car back to you with all the blood throughout it, all of Samantha's blood except for several teaspoons. And the story goes on and on. The evidence is so substantial in this case, pointing to your guilt. And I emphasize that and re-emphasize it because of the horrific and most brutal nature of this crime. It could not be worse. It's the most severe murder that has occurred that I have been a witness to as far as presiding in court or participating in as a lawyer. And for whomever asked me for leniency, that's not part of my DNA. I have two daughters, one of whom sit in this seat more often than I do. and another of whom live in a city who have to encounter people on a daily basis. And I have sons. I would like to think I know my sons and my daughters very well. Certainly, I would be in disbelief if any of them were to find themselves standing in a spot like you. But even more so, the terror imposed on their child and the pain and grief that you have caused. She was an amazing person, an amazing human being, and the testimony is here. And she obviously put up an amazing fight against you and left a sufficient trail for the jury to see what you did. Now, you're not a dumb person. You're not an unintelligent person. You've been educated, trained, and you have a degree of intelligence. You certainly have the ability to choose a different course. But there's no perfect crime. These days, with forensic evidence, your whole 24 hours was recreated almost minute by minute, mile by mile, digit by digit. That's led you here, and you've now been found guilty. And sentencing in this case is not difficult. The sentence in this case is easy, though painful it may be. The sentence of the court for murder is that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life. Any other sentence that can be imposed will be concurrent with life. Since you only have one life, that sentence must be served for the remaining days of your natural life. That's the sentence of the court. If you remove Mr. from the courtroom, Mr. Rowland. Just as a comment regarding Mr. Rowland being able to interact with his family during the trial, first, he was chained. We would never let a person who's incarcerated roam freely. He was chained and guarded by law enforcement. But I believe in the presumption of innocence. And for a person not to be punished prior to conviction. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for a job well done. Thank you for the manner in which all of you have acted in the courtroom. And ladies and gentlemen, you have done your service on jury duty. You may retire. Congratulations on a job well done, Madam Forelady. And all of you, I don't know who did the best job. I know it's always painful, but each of you all performed and did your jobs equally, especially to the law student back there who has given me his 403 already to sign. I'm sure it will be a lesson that you will not duplicate in law school, and an opportunity that Samantha will not have an opportunity, Sally will not have an opportunity to experience. So thanks to all court is adjourn drawers. If you'll go this way, please, following the bailiffs.
Court, Your Honor, if you would hear from Nathaniel Rowland's mother first.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state have accused our son of a crime that he didn't commit. You
Ma'am,
know,
I'm not going to hear
all right,
any claim of innocence.
Okay,
He's been convicted by the jury.
okay. He's a very caring young man. This is a young man who went through high school, college, played ball, active in his church, never had anything against him. Now, I know as a mother, and a mother knows her child, I know my son didn't do this. I know.
How do you know that?
Sir,
How do you know that?
by the way I raised him.
Pardon?
By the way I raised him. And when you're a mother, and you're a truly good mother, and you raise your child in the right way, you would know when that child has done something or did something right or wrong. I can't. And I know he didn't do this.
No, I'm not going to hear any
yes, sir.
claim of what
Okay.
he did or didn't do.
Yes,
He is
sir.
guilty of murder. He's
Yes,
guilty of kidnapping.
Yes, sir.
He's guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. And if you had any testimony that you wanted to give for the jury to consider, the trial was the time to do that. I'm not listening to any claim of what he did not do. You are not a witness.
But he's a loving child. He's a good person, very respectful, and respect others. And I thank the court.
Thank you.
So, Judge, I have no idea how to get through this. I wear my emotions on my sleeve, so I apologize. I have a book here that was created from family and friends. In here are over 90 impact statements of friends and family of how they've been devastated for the last 28 months. I only wish that you read these, of how impactful it has hit my community, my friends, and my family. I have this here for you if you wish to read at any time.
Yeah, I do. I wish to read it. I'd love to, if you would hand it up, please.
I need glasses. I can't read off of a phone. It's too old for that. Thank you, Judge, for the opportunity to stand here and share with you the impact of losing my baby daughter, Samantha Josephson. I really don't know where to start or what to say. Do I stand here today and tell you that I've been an incredible amount of anger, an incredible amount of guilt, can't sleep at night. I don't want to go to sleep because all I do is start thinking of Samantha. I still, too, to this day, can't watch videos of Samantha. I hate looking at pictures. I have repeated nightmares and visions of him, the monster, stabbing her. I have visions of her foot on the back window. I have visions of her screaming and fighting. I have visions of her taking her last breath. I have such hatred running through me. I still, to this day, can't believe she is gone. I keep waiting for her to walk through the door, saying, hey, only the way she does. I had this guilt of her not coming home that weekend to visit Rutgers Law School. The weekend prior, we were at Drexel Law School, where she had a full scholarship, and Rutgers was only offering 60 or 70%. I just told her that she would be fine at Drexel Law School, and not to bother with Rutgers. So over money, I told her not to. And Drexel was great, and it'd be a free ride. With all this guilt and anger and rage and hatred, do I tell you that has this really affected me? Do I really share with you my deepest secrets? Do I tell you that I've contemplated suicide? Several times over the past 28 months. Okay. He, the monster, has stolen this bright light, this enthusiasm of life out of me. I try to stop having these thoughts or desires only because I'm afraid of what this would ultimately do to Sydney and Marcy. I know I have changed so dramatically that it's actually bad to put into words. People always ask, how are you doing? My answer is, I'm upright, or I'm living the dream, or the nightmare. I stand here before you for Marcy, Sydney, Samantha, to make sure justice is served for Samantha. I would tell you, Judge, for the first 2 years, I didn't even know his name. I never wanted to hear his name, or I still don't want to know or hear his name. I stand here for the last week in bewilderment, asking, how in the world did we get here? Why does he, this animal, have any rights? How is it okay for him to go over to his family freely during breaks, unchanged? Why does he have this right? With an avalanche of evidence, while the family and friends sit here in such pain, wishing and wanting to have our Samantha back. But no, with 120 wounds and stabbings, you or anyone cannot bring her back. But we have him walking and talking to his family freely. It kills me to witness this. I often think of Sammy or go to call her. As a matter of fact, until recently, we still had her cell phone active, so I could call or text her. A lot of the times I think of Sammy sitting on the couch, looking at my two favorite pictures of Sam and one of Sydney and Sam together. She is such a beautiful person, inside and out. Samantha was to graduate that spring of 2019 from the University of South Carolina. She was going to attend Drexel Law School on a full scholarship in Philadelphia. She wanted to help others and fight for people's rights. Samantha was one of the kindest, light-hearted, funny people you would have met. Obviously, she trusted too many people. Just recently, last week, I received an email from one of her freshman 101 professors. She mentioned how funny and bright-hearted she was, how memorable she was, how she was the bright light that stood out with her class. Good drink. Sorry. We would sit on the couch in the family room and just talk about everything, from politics to the world. She would listen, ask questions, digest it, and then give her opinions. Sammy would call me late at night to talk about the news, the world, or anything. Both of my kids knew or know how to wrap me around their fingers. Each of them are different, but know how to sucker me in. I knew or know this, but I would laugh. I knew or know this, but I would laugh and smile and always say yes. Samantha always knew I would say yes and to buy them whatever. I have to say, I miss and ache for that. That night of her kidnapping and murder, she called me about using my credit card because supposedly hers didn't work with Uber or Lyft. I said, really? But okay. I often find myself alone and not wanting to be around anyone. I force myself to go out or be around people. I've had a bad time putting up with people and their BS, so I've eliminated some people and their negative personalities. I just don't care anymore. We started a foundation in Samantha's honor. Part of my responsibilities is to go around and speak to groups, colleges, businesses on rideshare safety, and they always ask, how do you do this? I would just answer, no clue. But not doing this for a while, I looked back and thought about it. It was cathartic. I was keeping Sammy around me, with me, and not letting anybody forget, not even him, could take this from me. I won't let him. Someone always asks me, what was Samantha like? The only way I can best describe Samantha is when we were at the vigil in South Carolina, and some of her friends and sorority friends got up to speak. All of them described Samantha as a person who lit up a room, always smiling and laughing, always a great friend, and lit that room up when she entered it. When we got back to Robbinsville, approximately 6 or 8 of her friends got up to speak at the vigil. Each one said that Sammy was her best friend. And some could not get up to speak. That, to me, is a true testament of how great she is. Even to this day, the lasting impression and feelings she had or has on them. I look at my wife, and she's not even close to being the same. I have lost a huge piece of her, along with Samantha. Every day, I look at her and only wish I could do something to take that pain away. Her memory, laughter, her ease of life, her flame that burns inside is way down. My Sydney, she lost her best friend, her confidant, her baby sister. She is who I worry the most about moving forward. Sammy was a gaffer, talked a lot. Sid is tight now, keeps a lot in. In the end, you have taken my baby away. I will never see her graduate from college, law school, walk her down the aisle, and get married. To see the children, the grandchildren, all the milestones that one would normally experience if an animal or a monster did not take them away from us. And for what? What did you get from Sam? $10? $20? He took her life. He took her life. Only an animal or monster does that. Judge, I only wish we could inflict the same or more pain he inflicted upon Sammy. Please, I beg you, please, give him life and never see the light.
This is a picture of Samantha Josephson and her father. This is a picture from the funeral of Samantha Josephson. Another picture from the funeral. Something about those services in all black, they just do something to me. I guess it's always a bittersweet moment, but it seems more bitter. Anyway, this is the grieving dad's eulogy. A throng of more than 1,000 mourners gathered to bid farewell to the New Jersey co-ed who was stabbed to death after getting into a car she thought was an Uber. I will always love you, think about you, worry about you, and I will always have your voice inside my head, saying, Dad, grieving Father Seymour Josephson said during a tear-filled eulogy for his slain daughter, Samantha, at Congressional Beth in West Windsor. You had so much more to do. You will not be forgotten. You could never be. We will never forget your name. Samantha Josephson. Samantha Josephson. At the mention of her name, many of those in attendance broke down in sobs. The dad lamented how his bright daughter's promising future was cut short. She was set to graduate from the University of South Carolina in June and had already been accepted to 2 law schools. She told me she had gotten a partial scholarship to Rutgers, and I was very, very happy. Then she called me 10 minutes later and told me she had been offered a full ride at Drexel. I started screaming, he said. The Garden State native's body was found by turkey hunters just over 12 hours after she was spotted getting into a car outside of a bar in Columbia, South Carolina's 5 Points area. Police have arrested Nathaniel Rowland, 24, and charged him with kidnapping and murder for the grisly slaying. Samantha's boyfriend revealed Tuesday that he knew something was wrong moments after she got into the car. I was on the phone tracking her to make sure she got home safely and immediately knew there was something that was wrong, Beau Greg Corbishley said during a vigil in South Carolina. This is a picture of Samantha Josephson's parents and her sister at the funeral. I can literally feel the pain. It was not immediately clear what method he was using to track her. Roland's dad, Henry, meanwhile, defended the accused killer, saying, "He's a good kid, and there ain't no way in the world he could do this," but added that, "I know it's my child, but if you're wrong, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You gotta pay the consequences." In the wake of the tragedy, South Carolina lawmakers are considering a bill requiring Ubers and Lyfts to display an illuminated sign to make them easier to spot. New York City Council Speaker Corey Johnson has said he would welcome such a law in the Big Apple. Yeah, we never want to think it's our kid, do we? So you see Roland's dad, the killer's dad. He's a good kid. That's what Donald Wells said too. He's a good kid. It's just a sex offender, but he's a good kid. There is no way in the world. How many times have we heard that? No way in the world. But I appreciate the fact that Henry added, I know it's my child, but if you're wrong, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You gotta pay the consequences. Because that's a fact, Henry. What he did was wrong. And what the hell was on his mind? Does he normally cruise that block looking for people, looking for Ubers? How many times has he done this before? Was he just off his rocker that night and saw a pretty girl waiting on a ride and just thought, you know what? Let me kidnap and murder her. What the hell is wrong with people? There's no answer to that question. This is Samantha. Samantha Josephson. Samantha Josephson. Please say her name. Nobody should have to go out like this. May she rest in peace. And she certainly is receiving justice. Thank you for letting us learn from your story, Samantha. And just like your father said, you will never be forgotten.